Yo, Excalibur, what's up, dude? Yo, Mighty Beast, what's up? What's up, Johanna? What up? How we doing? Yo, Super Shoe, what up? What up? Yo, Anna, what up? Welcome back. Welcome back. YouTube's worst mod. Hello, hello. Yo, Gatsu, what up? Fish, good to see you, bro. Oh, shit, welcome back. Yo, Monkey, what up, dude? What up? How was Zero States Dungeon? Pretty good. Yo, Peter, good to see you. Hope you're good. Hope you're good. Yeah, Zero States Dungeon. Great, great place this time of year. Yo, Tony, what's up? Yo, Sinner, good to see you. What up? Happy partner anniversary. Yo, you know what's crazy? I didn't even know today was my partner anniversary.
Happy partner anniversary.
Yeah, that's crazy. Entire org playing Civ instead of duels. Big mad. Yeah, crazy. Wait, hold on a second. Civ came out today. I heard it's not that good. I'm pretty sure I heard it's not that good. Yo, Gravos, what's up? How we doing? Don't look at what Hippo's doing. I'm sure something crazy. I'm sure he's up to something no good. Yo, thank you guys. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yeah, I had no idea today was my partner anniversary until I was about to go live. Just happened to be back today. Can't play Star Citizen? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, it's been in a pretty rough spot. If you didn't hear, there was a ISC that came out today. I haven't watched it yet. I just heard that it was supposed to be out today. And the whole point of it was they were talking about current issues, problems, what's going on, essentially how they're going to fix them. Yo, Quill, what's up with the 31? Thanks, bro. D-Man with the 15. Yo, what up? Oh, Matthew, what's up, man? Good to see you. You see that Tony Z seems to, in some sort of sense, retired. Yeah, that was like the sort of feeling that I had for a while. If you guys didn't hear, what Matt is talking about is essentially Tony Z. Apparently, his title updated on the website or LinkedIn or something like that. I wasn't sure where the screenshot was from, but someone essentially said that he is like on there as like the title means like someone who was on staff but is sort of retired but like isn't officially off the staff yet, if that makes sense. Like they can still be leaned upon was the idea. Is this essentially how that title is typically used is what I was reading, but who knows what the circumstances is. Emeritus, yeah. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Retired but still available, essentially.
Oil.
Interesting, huh? Yo, Mino, what's up? What's up? How we doing? Good to see you. Getting called YouTube worst mod right when I show up almost made me choke on my water. Hey, good to see you. I had posted the CIG website screenshot in Discord. Gotcha. Yeah, I think I saw that as well. Yo, King Logan, what's up? How we doing? I'm good. I'm good. Hope you're good as well. Agatsu, thanks for the 12 months, by the way. I'm pretty sure I thanked you, but thanks again. Lord Bounties as well, 15. Thanks, bro. Yo, Monkey, I don't know if I said what's up, but yo, what's up? Hope everyone's doing good. We're probably going to jump into this video pretty quick here because it's long, guys. It's long. So today might be kind of a lurking day. I feel like this is information I need to listen to, especially because I feel like I've been pretty close to the wire on the 4.0 release in terms of like how it's performing, like what it needed before like each PTU patch. You know, we've been testing a lot. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to say on some of these fixes. Also, I got a new monitor. It's an OLED. I'm liking it so far. It looks a little bit different. I'm impressed with the visuals so far, though. It's pretty good. Yo, T-Fizzle, what's up? How we doing? It's a great show. Good info. Got it. Do you think 402 will fix the game? Probably not. But probably will fix some things. Yo, Obsidian, good to see you. Very bored at work. Well, sorry to leave you guys hanging. Yeah, if you guys didn't hear earlier, you know, essentially I've been taking a little time off, just trying to refresh, just trying not to burn out during such like a sort of rough season for Star Citizen. You know what I mean? I'm not planning on going anywhere. No plans on quitting streaming or anything like that. You know, no need to, hit the alarm or anything. We're good. Just taking a little breather. That's all. A little breather, but we should be back. We should be good to go. I've been kind of waiting for them to fix VoIP because I feel like that's where I get the majority of my content from. But man, I just don't know if that's on the horizon. Not really sure. Let me get ready for this. Yo, D-Rock, good to see you as well, dude. Hope you're good. HDR is way better. You know, I got to be honest. I'm really liking the OLED so far. It's 240 hertz as well, which I didn't think was going to be an upgrade. But man, I like the smoothness of the 240 hertz, like over the 160. It definitely feels a little bit smoother. What brand? It's an LG Ultra Gear. Yeah, 27-inch. It's a 27-inch LG Ultra Gear OLED. Yeah, I keep on wanting to say something else, but yeah, OLED is what it is. You're gonna need a breather after you do it. You endure today's servers. Yeah, I've been hearing it's pretty bad. Huh, Chuck? OLED has HDR support. Oh, nice. Oh, got it. Yeah, I haven't used the HDR stuff yet. Haven't used it. So, here's what I would say. Okay, here's my genuine advice to anyone who's looking at an OLED. Before you pull the trigger, they're expensive. This one I got was about $600. Now, the reason I got it is because I've been using a monitor with a line through it for about 2 years. And so it was time to replace it. Great monitor I had. I actually had just like a regular LG Ultra Gear, like Nano IPS. So same thing. This one is just the OLED, and it's really thin. It's really nice. I think that if I wasn't me, like if you're not into FPS gaming, I think I'd get the bigger one, the 32-inch. Because I really like the 27-inch, but it almost feels like a tiny downgrade, even though it's not smaller, just because the way that it's framed makes it feel a little smaller. I don't know. I measured it twice. But anyways, yeah, I'd get the 32-inch if you are, if you're able to, would be my only feedback. Okay, let's go ahead and jump into this because it's a long video. How many of you guys have watched this already? Yo, Jump Point, what's up? Good to see you as well. Good to see you. 32 inches is the best size. Hey, listen, every inch matters. Does CIG get priority to streamers? Definitely not. Yeah, definitely not. In fact, I mean, I don't know. Depending on how new you are to the stream, you watch me long enough, you might think the opposite. You watch it with Mike? Nice. Check DMs? Okay. Jesus Christ. Don't worry, chat. I'm going to get us some milk. I'll be back soon. Hey, don't forget about the cigarettes, dude. Don't forget about the cigarettes. Yo, Siziana, what up, dude? Yeah, let's dude. Go. Okay, actually, I take back everything I said over the last 5 minutes. Okay, I take everything I said about the OLED. If you're not a streamer, definitely get a curved monitor. I mean, I think that the reason I don't get a curved monitor, like a long one, is because I like streaming at 16:9. That's the only reason. I think other than that, I get a curved one. But I don't know. Watch it live with my crew. Cool. So you guys have watched it. Before I jump into this, 2-hour long conversation, 3-hour long conversation, whatever I'm about to watch. 2 things. Number 1, do you guys feel like it's worth watching? Yo, Sessions, what's up as well? Hope you're good. Yo, follower, what up? I have a curved ultra wide and I love it. Yeah. Nah, yes. Get your tissue papers. Okay, we're going to cry. Got it. Okay, most people are saying yeah. So if this isn't your thing to watch this, I feel like this is information I need to soak in. I need to hear. So I'm going to watch it. If you guys want to watch it with me, cool. Let's go. We'll probably jump into some PU afterwards. What if we watched it? Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. What if we watched it at 0.15 speed? Would that be unbearable? Not 2x speed, but like 0.15. Or 2? 0.25? 125, I mean? Okay, wait, hold on. Okay, wait, hold on. It's not playing.
Hi there.
Oh, there we go.
We're back. Yes, take a moment and accept that this is my actual face. I apologize to any children and small animals that it may frighten.
Yo, old man, thank you, dude, so much.
So I've got a little bit of a speech here before we begin. Let's see if I can get through without messing up. Probably not. It's a new year, and those that have followed the project for a while can tell you that the first couple months of any year at CIG is a period of examination, of planning, and of taking those triumphs and lessons alike from the previous year and using them to chart an improved and refined way forward for the continuing development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
Yo, Clay, what's up? Thank you.
And this year, we've set the focus of those efforts early with December's letter from the chairman, where CEO and founder of the company, Chris Roberts, stated his intention to evolve both the existing patch release cadence and the content within for Star Citizen away from the previous new
Jared, why are you lagging?
feature-laden model and into a more content-driven and stability-focused endeavor. So, sitting here right now, what the hell does that really mean? Does it mean that we wave a magic wand and it all gets better in a single monthly patch like last week's 401? No, of course not. Does it mean holding patches back for 3, 4, 5 months?
Is it fine watching at 1.5?
Until there's
or
a
sorry,
public
it's
release?
1.25 right now.
Not quite, because we still need to make new stuff to feed the beast, and as many of you already know, while PTU and Tech Preview have their valuable and essential uses, they will still never reach the concurrency numbers of Live Alpha, and it is all too often the stresses of that high concurrency Live Alpha that ultimately reveal the true underlying sources of problems beneath for a project like this. So, if patches are going to keep coming no matter what, then what's actually changing this year?
Okay.
So like everything else in Star Citizen, I'm certain this too will continue to expand and mature as we move throughout the year. But in its simplest terms, what this means is pulling engineers and programmers off of a lot of the new fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators and transit to better work with the realities of server meshing. Fixing issues where your hangar eats your
Just so you guys know, I typically would always watch at 1.0 speed, but this talk is 3 hours.
ship and your cargo disappears.
So I'm trying to cut a little bit
Introducing
down.
some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means a greater focus on refining the gameplay that's already there in the persistent universe, and less time spent on continuously introducing the instability of a multitude of brand new features every 3 months or so.
Yo,
It also
Katana,
means
thank you.
a new content and gameplay delivery schedule intricately tied to the introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401, and the faction warfare that will change Pyro by the end of this year. So what? No more new features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting.
Wait, what did he
base
say
building
at the
in
end of this
background.
year? I need to go back and listen to that. I missed that.
Also means a new content and gameplay delivery schedule intricately tied to the introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401, and the faction warfare that will change Pyro by the end of this year. So what? No
Faction warfare. So they're planning on doing a lot with faction warfare, it seems like.
more new
Interesting.
features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting, and base
No,
building
you
in
guys
the
are definitely
background.
right.
And do it slower?
Yeah.
More
Definitely right. It's very interesting to hear them like talk about the introduction of all this new content when the stuff that we have, doesn't work. But I mean, I don't know. I guess we're going to have to see what their plan is. I mean, you guys have watched this already. Why does Jared look 10 years younger? No beard, no hair on the face.
deliberately and
They'll
with
do
more
it to
time to
you.
cook. It means these new features not coming out as quickly as originally planned, because the same super talented engineers and programmers that used to be working on those will now be focused on fixing what's essentially already there first. And
Great.
when these new features are ready to do so,
Great.
they'll go into expanded, dedicated tech preview testing instead of the PU to ensure their functionality and stability. Ultimately, this year is a recommitment to our desire to make Star Citizen a place where everyone can
I'm
live
gonna
out their
need to pause
sci-fi
this so many
dreams, whether
times,
they're
dude.
Industrial, commercial,
I'm gonna
civil,
start liking Ben
impartial, or
Wattop.
controversial, simply about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious monthly patch cadence focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it new places to go, new things to do, and new fixes.
Is it me or is the stream lacking a little bit of color? Maybe. Hold on. Let me ask you this. Is that better? Your mom is lacking content? Well, I mean, hey, listen. Nothing changed. Okay, nothing changed. Great. Did it change? No, I guess it's got to be you, dude. It's got to be you. I got a new monitor, so I thought maybe I'd done something to it.
The issues that have often hampered the experience in the past. I got cute there for a minute, so I'm just going to explain it again, just to be clear.
Okay, great.
Monthly patches with little to no brand new features.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's up, brother?
Instead, full of progressive bug fixes and refactors that will build over time, and with new story-driven content, primarily utilizing game systems already in place that will continue developing the stories of Stanton and Pyro and beyond, of factions and sandworms and science run amok and more, including new in-game adventures and discoveries along the way. And that last part is super relevant to you and me and our relationship, and why I'm talking so much right now. Quiet. That's not true. I've never needed a reason to talk this much. With this next evolution of Star Citizen's development, meaning a more content-driven, in-universe experience, and with big feature work taking a backseat to fixing what's already there, and then moving into the public tech preview development environment once it's ready farther down the line, so too must our weekly video offerings change. And to preserve that discovery of new story, to evade spoiling the outcome of new content, and to avoid doing 5 weeks of consecutive shows that all basically say every engineer is working on elevators in transit right now, we're making changes to the weekly ISC and SCL content and cadence. So like everything else that continues to evolve and change as the year goes on, we'll be bringing Inside Star Citizen and Star Citizen Live together on Thursdays. We're going to be adding a new Behind the Ship series and alternating between them as the stories we want to tell each week demands. For instance, last week was BTS Fortune on Tuesday. This week, we're having Chief Technology Officer Ben
I got it taken care of, Donut.
To my right here on SCL for an in-depth chat about 4.0 preview, why it was done and how it helped the project, how we used to work, how we're going to work going forward, answer questions about this new focus on stability going forward, and I've even pulled an extensive list of JIRAs that we're going to go over to find out what the heck is really going on with some of these persistent bugs. And then next week, you'll get another BTS show on the upcoming Super Hornet Mark II on Tuesday, and then an ISC on Thursday, where we'll dive deeper into what the content-driven side of this new initiative really means. We're going to recap the story so far and look at how the storylines of the Precision Universe will begin to take shape later this year.
We haven't even started yet.
I almost missed my mouth. So like the recent cancellation of the Lunar New Year free flight was done to avoid further destabilizing the current Star Citizen experience for our players, this change to our programming will provide a multitude of benefits for our players and developers, allowing us to preserve the full experience of the content work for a proper in-game discovery by you, but just as importantly, letting the devs keep much of their focus, frankly, where we all think it should be, on making Star Citizen and Squadron 42 everything we all want it to be. And with fewer distractions by me, the guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk.
Yeah, they talked about the F7X.
You don't get to escape. You're mine. Now, there will still be videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse. Most will just use existing gameplay systems to avoid creating instability wherever possible. There will be more patches than ever before, approximately once a month. We're currently counting about 10 over the course of the year, full of bug fixes and new
Lasso, thank you, bro.
And there's going to be fewer big ticket features that we're used to in the past being introduced until things are shored up. In short, too late. It's going to be a very interesting year to be certain. And yeah, this is a lot of talk, to which I'm just going to say, yeah, this is a talk show. It's what we do on SCL. The ultimate proof of these efforts will be seen little by little.
I almost want to skip to when Benoit starts talking.
This entire year. And we hope you'll join us and continue to support us on this new adventure towards a more stable universe. So with that, I'm going to take a drink and we'll get started with the show proper.
Great.
Roll the cue card. The top.
Great. All right, let's get into it.
I thought about pre-recording it, but I didn't.
We're doing it live.
Oh, one take Huckabee. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee.
Yo, Hex, what's up? How we doing?
Citizen Live before? Well, this is a really interesting one to start on. This is our special edition, a More Stable Universe episode with me and Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beausejour. Benoit, I've been talking too much. Say something.
Hi, everybody.
How you doing, Benoit?
I'm good.
So, for anyone who doesn't know you, let's start us off. Explain who you are and why you're the person that's here talking to us today on this show.
So I'm the Chief Technology Officer, or as the acronym means, Chaos Team Organizer. And so my job is to now lead the engineers in their development efforts, but also in the development of the Star Engine and also both games, right? To make sure that engineers know what they have to do, that they have the tools to do it, and that they have the right priorities overall based on the two projects.
So this show is going to go a bit longer than normal. We're going to break it into a couple different sections. We're going to talk about a few different aspects of development. And then for the latter half of the show, we are literally going to bring up JIRAs on my screen, and we're going to talk to him about all the most pressing bugs. Well, not all of them, but many of the most pressing bugs, and find out.
Yo, I'm good, Hex. I'm good.
But before we get to that, I want to talk about how we used to work, then talk about this big change that's going into effect this year, so on and so forth. So let's start with the old ways. Let's start back at the end of last year with 4.0 and the 4.0 preview. Over the last 2 months, we've seen a lot of opinions online about how that went and why we did things the way that we did. So you tell us, why did we choose, what did we learn from 4.0? 4.0 was in testing for 3 months before it went to
Okay,
preview.
here we
left
go.
it on for another month and a half. How did this process go?
Well, so during the development of 4.0, there was a lot of new technology coming on, right? So it's a major patch that changes a lot of the fundamentals. Obviously, throughout the year, we've been developing server meshing. We've done tech previews on server meshing. And so getting to the end of that process, basically exiting the tech preview streams, coming back with the 4.0 content, was a major endeavor to synchronize all that,
what's up? How we doing?
Content that was produced fit with the technology, or that it was working. Even results that we got with the 3.24 release, for example, were completely,
Yo, Metalhound, good to see you, bro.
Content, right? And so at the end of the year, we took a decision to split the two releases, right? So
To leave 3.24 up.
Okay,
for 4.0
okay.
preview.
correct.
Great to
Because
hear.
As we were getting closer to the end of the year, right, and it's
Yo, Chad, man, thank
time's
you,
running
bro.
out, what we knew from the integrations is that the patch was not quite ready because we needed more concurrency on it to discover
appreciate that, man.
more issues. And we were kind of at the maximum of what our PTU concurrency could actually deliver.
Okay.
And so, but we knew it wasn't ready for a live release because, we want to be fair with our assessment of where the patch was at. We knew there was some egregious issues that we have yet to discover. I'll talk a bit later about the fog of war of crashes. And so we decided to go with the lesser of known of the two problems, which was leave 3.24 live for players to enjoy it in a stable release, right? But at the same time, give them access to a 4.0 preview. Now, since we had taken the decisions months ago that the 4.0 patch was going to be a full wipe, that gave us the ability to basically preview the patch, but allowing you guys to
Not yet, Dilly.
your persistent progress in the preview.
Is this still at 1.25 speed? It's not, but I'm about to turn it back up because this is going too slow for me.
as we move up to, at some point, bring 4.0 on the live environment. So overall,
Yo,
I think
Jeffrey, what's up?
very
What's up? Hope you're good,
difficult
bro.
decision
Good to see you.
do
Thanks
this
for stopping by.
for us, but I think it was the best for the project because it allowed us to de-risk a little bit the .0 initial release, which had a lot of issues even during the preview. A lot of the Skeleton Crew teams worked throughout the break
true.
to actually document, hotfix some of those issues as well, and help players that got into weird situations, and start the ball rolling for the year with already important fixes to the underlying technology.
There's two follow-up questions to what you just said. You said that the clock was ticking.
Yeah.
What clock? Did 4.0 have to go out before December? That itself is a decision that was questioned by many people, internally and externally. What is this clock you were talking about?
Well, in this case, it's like our project is different from other game projects in that we need to release the code at some point to be able to move on to bigger projects. And the PTU is a great process for us, but it does have its limits. At some point, we gain nothing from additional PTU builds because things function well at that level of concurrency.
Yep.
And we need way more concurrency to go up. Even when we plan patches, we know at which moments in the PTU we'll have concurrency, and we try to maximize those. For 4.0, we kind of ran out of gas of attention, and so we needed to get this additional hump over the edge to get the technology out, bigger concurrency, and the ability to fix it in order to then.
Yo, good to hear, Jeffrey.
So you said things run well. Not everything was running well, but. It's what we've said before. It's what I said at the beginning of the show. Sometimes
I do want to point out to everyone that whenever they released preview, it was ePTU and then immediately went preview. Before they released it to preview, it was great. It was great for the last 2 days of ePTU. There was no issues, hardly. I was looking for them, and it really seems like a concurrency problem. That's one of the biggest factors in this is concurrency really puts stress on the back end. It's a big deal. Yo, Taylor, what's up, by the way? Hope you're good. Yo, Alpha, good to see you. What up? Sorry for bringing this up again, but it looked like limited versus full range in case you were wondering. Wait, what is this? I don't know. I'll take a look at it later. I hadn't changed anything, Neuromancer. To be honest with you, I haven't changed anything. But maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'll look at the settings later. Maybe I did something weird. If it's not unbearable. Yo, WB88, what up? What up? How we doing? Even the first few hours of 401? Yeah, sure. And that's how it was for a lot of patches. A lot of patches are really good at the beginning, and then concurrency just tanks it. It was great because no one was playing anymore. Well, that's kind of my point, right? Is like they had to do something with it because if nobody is playing it anymore, Rasak, then how are they supposed to get productive testing to move it to live, right? So like CIG starts to become like stuck in this impossible spot where they have to choose either valuable testing on live or, you know, I guess push it to preview like they did. But then it just feels, I'm really interested to see what the value of preview was for them. Yeah, I think it was the right choice, but also like, it seems like so short-sighted because of what they did. But let's keep listening.
Find those underlying problems that are causing it to run less than well until you get
totally hush.
So to that end, wouldn't it have made more sense to just take 324 down and force everybody into 4.0 like we've done every other December in the past?
Right, that was our typical decision. Typically, was to just go for it. Right. In this case, I think it shows a change of mentality, which is that we're trying to respect our live environment a bit more, and so the decision was taken to just allow players to keep playing 324 as even a fallback or as their primary play environment if they preferred, while you could jump on the preview experiment and then just see, try the new.
Okay, never mind. I'll keep going.
But realistically,
sure.
And for the next couple of hours, you're going to get a lot of questions.
I know, sure.
Who in their right mind was going to log into 324 with 4.0 sitting right there? Like who drives up to Disneyland and with Disneyland right there goes to California Adventure instead? Like, did we actually?
A lot of people actually go to California Adventure.
Yeah, overall, throughout the break, right, during the 4.0 preview, there was actually a fairly large contingent.
324 wasn't great either, to be honest.
Now, it might have been because of some of the issues at launch.
Listen, here's what they need to be saying. It's not, hey, we wanted to give people the option to have like a stable, like, yes, they need to say that. Like, because I feel like what CIG isn't saying is the bigger deal, right? Like what CIG isn't saying is the much bigger deal, which is we wanted to wait until it was stable enough to advertise and market to a larger audience that has been waiting for 4.0. Like that's what their mindset should have been, if you ask me. I don't know. Like, I understand this whole, like, yes, let's create a live environment that's good for people to play. So if they want the option, but like, I think like the bigger issue was, yeah, just the wider audience of Star Citizen coming to play 4.0 after the biggest release of Star Citizen ever. That's what 401 was. 401 was the biggest release of Star Citizen ever. And it just got botched, is what it felt like. It just got botched. Nobody cared because it wasn't good. Unfortunately, because it's a great patch, just not stability wise. Hope you had a great day yesterday, you and Angie. Yeah, appreciate it. Taylor. Hope you're good, bro. First I've heard of California Adventure. It's essentially just like a theme park that goes in tandem with Disneyland. Took a year-long break. Came back to 424 to refresh myself before I jumped into 4.0. Nice. I came back for 4.0, but found out I had to go back to 324 for the Ardor guns. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Preview was a good choice. Marketing pushing 4.0 less so. Yeah, it's the 401. Like if preview was still around, I think that would have been the right move. But maybe that's just me. Yo, guys, thank you very much for the partnerversary wishes. I appreciate it. I was telling Chad earlier, I had no idea it was even my partnerversary today. Okay, yo, let's keep going. Yo, Snake, good to see you, bro.
Right, so they fall back on the 324 batch, right, which was a bit the safety net that we wanted to provide. But you're right, like of course, like we were banking on the fact that people would go on the 4.0 preview to give us that concurrency, but at the same time, we wanted to give them an escape hatch.
Sounds a little bit like we were trying to
Fair.
have our cake and eat it too.
A little bit, but I think it's a, like previously we would have just gone with the 4.0 live at the end of December, which would have been a major issue, and a lot of players wouldn't have been able to play it.
Yeah,
So we made this decision.
it would have been bad.
What did we gain from it? Over the holidays, over the second half of December and all through January until 401, what did we gain from,
what's up?
running these two separate environments?
Well, we've been able to actually do a lot of live comparisons of the two workloads, which was very interesting. In fact, obviously the 4.0 preview
Garman,
workload
what up,
was
bro?
bigger than the 324 one, but we were kind of able to compare both. We did gain the ability to fix early some of the most egregious issues that would have been a real complete like disaster otherwise, right? That showed up with the concurrency. I'll talk a bit more about those. Actually, we're going to dive into that quite a bit. And so what we've gained is the ability to provide a test environment that was bigger while allowing players to keep an escape hatch and then compare both builds.
So that's the preview versus 324. And I wanted to get that out of the way. But let's go back to just 4.0 itself.
Yeah.
4.0 started testing, I think it was in Evocati in October, went to Wave 1 in November.
Yes,
left it in
I
tech
think they
preview
are.
over December. And
They're going to release another hotfix.
That's about 4 months.
Yeah.
That's about 4 months of testing. Did we fix anything?
Oh yeah. We
Because
fixed a lot of things.
here's the thing. I know what the answer is. I'm being a little cheeky with you and everything. But it's hard not to look at the community and look at the sentiment, look at YouTube and Twitch and Spectrum and Reddit and everyone else. And
He's talking about you
took a real
guys.
cursory first glance, it looked like, what the F were we doing for 4 months?
Sure.
What were we,
Yo,
what the F were
Neuromancer,
we
thank
doing
you,
for
bro.
4 months, Benoit?
All right. Well, so September, October, November, December, right? So since September, we started the Real Evocati in October, correct? And so for these 4 months, the majority
it's on
of the
Twitch,
development
Red
was aimed
Rabbit at the
finishing
moment.
features to make sure that they were server meshing compatible. So we still had a server meshing playtest at the beginning of October, right? That was the final one before we actually reintegrated the streams. And so then came some realizations. We were very happy with some of the tests that
we
we've
got
done,
an ad break. Hold on. I'm going to pause this for our Twitch viewers. My bad. So that they don't miss anything. Yo, Verge, what's up, by the way? Yo, and Arcos, what up, dude? How we doing? Imagine getting ads. Yo, Anna, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Hope you're good. Hope you're good.
Imagine getting ads.
Back to work. Back to cleaning up the chat mess. Thanks, Twitch. I'm sure they'll put it over on YouTube at some point. But yeah, this is currently just on the Star Citizen page. I'll drop the link for you guys on YouTube if you're curious. I love ads. Please give me more. Okay. Sending you 6 personal ads at the moment. The next 3 hours will be just ads for you. Ads all over Twitch have been overkill lately. Yeah, fair enough. I run 3 minutes of ads an hour, and that's it. And I run them in one big chunk. And the reason I run them in one big chunk is because I feel like it's just it's better to have like one break throughout the hour and then get 57 minutes, ad free. I'm also not appreciative of them resetting the volume for each commercial. That also sucks. I don't get ads anywhere I go. Yeah, fair enough. We got a minute 18 on this ad break, guys, and we'll keep on watching. I'm trying to think like what else is new, like why we have a second to talk without the subscribers in chat. What else can we talk about, Chad? I guess they said, if you guys didn't hear, they said they're working on a new PTU for 402. That PTU is going to be live either tomorrow or they said Monday or Tuesday. So not a lot of confidence it's going to be tomorrow, but we'll see. I like ads. Too bad I don't get them. Okay. Got it. Turning subscriber ads on. Yo, Troy, thank you very much, dude. Inner Hype, what up? Thank you. Tomorrow would be cool. Tomorrow would be awesome. Tomorrow would be fantastic. Yo, thank you, Lasso. I appreciate that. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Okay. 15 seconds. We're going to keep on watching. Turbo for the win. Yeah. I bought AR glasses and they have built-in head tracking. Also, I won't get them until March. They're going to be game-changing or awful. Okay. Let me know how they go. AR glasses sound interesting. I'm not a big fan of VR just because, I don't like wearing some big chunky thing on my head. All right, let's keep watching.
Identified all the issues with our server meshing tests. We knew what we had to do. And then we came back to the main line from the 324 content. And we started running server meshing in Pyro.
Yo, Blasty, thank you, dude.
And major issues started to show up. When we started the PTU at the beginning of October, the first PTU was an absolute disaster.
Yo, Sivan, thank you, bro.
All of the metrics that we had captured in 324, and we were like, yeah, these look good. We're completely off the charts with the 4.0 content. Same technology, same code.
Urkel's good. Hex.
Content. And so we realized that the size of the levels were different. The way the content was created was a bit different, and that had major implications on the streaming and replication systems. And so if some of you guys were part of the first couple of EvoCaddy builds or large PTUs in October, the network performance was absolutely horrendous because, and I can jump into an anecdote. I do have my notes because we've got a long show to go through, so I'm going to be referring to some of those.
Oh my God.
Basically, there was a new change in the engine where we tried to optimize some of the way we deal with streaming radius. And streaming radius is a bit of a problem in every game, right? Or it's basically the radius of objects, and you decide what you're going to load based on this,
Yo, DJ, what's up?
Which is a typical issue in games, right? For performance reasons. In Star Citizen, it is a much bigger impact because
I can understand why.
Actually affect what your client is going to load in, what the hybrid, which is the replication server in the middle, needs to replicate, and what the game server is going to also have to provide, right, and simulate. And so there was an issue resulting from one of the engine optimizations where, now I'm going to say the final solution, not the how we got there. We had to investigate this for several days to find it. But basically, the way we compound and aggregate objects would actually inflate the bounds of things. And so the new locations in Pyro would actually have a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. And so basically what the result was every game client in Pyro was basically binding a very large part of the
Oh, I remember this.
And that created the work on the hybrid service, which needs to replicate this data upwards of 15 to 20 megabits per client across.
Yeah, I remember them mentioning this in a patch note.
In the case of our messaging, is substantial. And so obviously in those cases, interaction lag up the wazoo, nothing was functional. And so we lost several amounts of times there, but we learned a couple of lessons which are going to inform some of the changes we'll be doing this year. But so that was the beginning of the 4.0 journey, right? The first build where we were coming in confident from our tests, first PTU, what's going on, right? And so
another thing that couldn't be
yeah, good
scaled
interview so
scale
far,
back.
guys.
Correct. And then, well, in this case, it's a combination of scale and content, right?
With the content scaled up.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's literally scaled up, which caused the streaming problem, right? So that's a quick anecdote. What else we've been doing on starting from there was we've established our player counts for launch, right? So from
Yo,
testing,
what's up, dude?
we decided to shoot for
so far,
500 player shards.
good.
Basically a 500, what we call soft cap.
What I want to hear is like why the decision was made to send 401 live. Was it because they felt like preview didn't have enough people on it, or was there another underlying reason? That's what I'm waiting to hear. Second time through for me. Nice. First time for me.
And 600 player cap, which gives us some flexibility in matchmaking players on and off. That number felt good for several reasons: performance, but also and headroom, but also the ability for the game itself to support that amount of players. So the amount, I've talked about this before in some of my server meshing reports, but the amount of gateways we have for hangars. How many hangar holes are there around stations, right? For you to be
Do the hangars even spawn?
Things like that. With more players right now, the game wouldn't support it properly. So that was we've established those numbers. And then the team set up to finalize the latest elements that we've identified during the test to launch. So I've talked about network bind optimizations before, so that had to be completed. So this was a full, solid month.
Yeah, true, Homer. Very candid conversation.
We stopped having these quick stalls. That was a very large one. Another piece of this was the teleport API. Now, I know that sounds, what is this magic, right? In a normal game server, teleporting objects is very simple because the server has all the entities in memory, and you're like, yeah, just move there. Our teleport API needs to support cross-server teleportation of an object, right? So an object that's in Stanton technically can be teleported through the APIs on another another server in the shard. And so the teleport API had to be kind of finished. There are several systems that use this. For example, common example is if you die and we need to respawn your character, we need to move your player from where he died to
good
where
point.
he needs to respawn. And that can be completely anywhere, right? So we don't know what game server will have it. And so in this case, the teleport API had to be kind of finished. So that's part of the work that was done in those 4 months for launch. The other one was the territory configuration. So if you followed the development during the last couple of months, we went at some point from a typical small shard of like 2 servers and 400 players, and at some point we exploded the size of the shards. That's because our new territory configuration came into play, and that's how we were able to experiment and come to the final level of the shards that we have now, which is basically we have 5 servers on each side of the star system. So each star system has its own space server. We call it space server for now. It's just a cool name because they treat the open space and the jump gates. But then after that, every major planet has its own game server that's dedicated to its zone. And so that really opened the shards up, and we were truly now in full server meshing mode. Obviously, a lot of issues came from that, not from the configuration, but from having more servers would have ripple effects on how the entity and the game would actually behave. So we had to patch that. We also identified something that we were not able to finish for 4.0, which was the culling of instance interiors. So, and I'll talk a lot more about hangars later, but basically, when you hear someone in another hangar, that's network instance calling, right? So we'll talk about that in a bit. Now, one of the big fears that we had for 4.0 was that, of course, it's the debut of server meshing. It's a brand new, deployment for the game. It's a lot of technology change, but there's always a subtext that performance is going to get better if we go server meshing, right? And the reality is the initial test showed that it did not. Now, not because of our assumptions were incorrect, but because, as always, when you don't...
They had an event plan, that's probably why, and then they bailed on it, which was a good choice. I agree, bailing on the event was a good choice. The fact that you considered the event in the first place, I feel like was the wrong choice. And I only say that because, like I could not imagine working on the CIG marketing team and not wanting to capitalize on the release of 4.0. That's like mind-boggling to me that they did not want to capitalize on the release of 4.0. It feels like they wanted to do it in the least profitable way possible. Like, it's so crazy to me that you wouldn't want to take the biggest, most overhyped patch that has been talked about for literally 6, 7, 8 years and really capitalize on the fact of playability, maybe a ship to go along with it. That's cool, like the Fortune or whatever. I get that there was a ship sale that they needed to get out, but just seems like such a waste. Like, they could have made so much more money, I feel like they could have had, an insane month. I don't know. I don't know. Those things are planned months in advance. Probably takes time to steer, especially after vacation. I get what you're saying, but this is where I need CIG to learn their lesson. Like, if they do this shit again, I will completely lose faith in this company. I swear to God. I need them to stop doing the thing that they say that they're going to do. This is anyways, it's funny to me that it feels to me as if they are settling for good enough instead of a great launch, for no reason, for no reason almost. But I'll be interested to see if they say anything else about it. And I'm not specifically saying Benoit did this, by the way. I think it was probably a marketing decision. It was most definitely one, most likely, but still. For example, I think that the dev team would probably much rather have totally low-key release where marketing wants a big event. Oh, no, completely agree. I just think, don't get me wrong, I understand the desire to have a low-key release too, but like from just a general gameplay perspective, a general game release perspective, you want both stable and hype, I think are both necessary qualities to make a good game release these days, right? And so it just feels like we move away from that every single patch. That's all. But yeah, I mean, talk is cheap is all I'm going to say. Talk is cheap. I want to see what actually is going to come to fruition. We'll see.
Completely drive on the performance, it tends to get worse. And so...
Here, sorry. Let me read some of your replies really quick before we keep going. Real launch is Squadron 42. They have one shot to pull many new players in. See, but it's like, this is what everyone said, Observer, about 4.0. And, you're right now, You're right now. They should focus on making Star Citizen as playable and as special as possible before Squadron. You're definitely right about that. We'll see though. We'll see. It's supposed to be 2026, so they have, about a year and a half to do it. If they're going to release it in 2026, that is. We'll see. Yo, Troy, what's up? Yeah, well, Troy, I have not been on that much, so you have not missed much. Don't worry. You have not missed much. Hope they start scheduling events a little bit later in patch cycles in general, because it causes a mess every time. Here's what I say is I think that these events are cool, but am I wrong saying that the second part of the event has worked better, but the first part was like pretty broken through and through in the last event before that, Now, don't get me wrong. I am very thankful for these events in a way. I think that they're cool. I think they add gameplay and stuff, but why not take the people working on these dynamic events and go work on something that we know works a bit better, like regular mission content, until we get to the game to a spot where dynamic events work well, or not dynamic events, but global events work well, and then work on those. I don't know. Just seems like an extra pain for no reason. Having an MMO in a mainstream playable state after 42 releases would probably be the right strategy. Totally. But I don't think it would have been the wrong strategy to have it playable for 4.0. Thought I'd not seen the notifications from you. Yep. Correct. We've taken a little break. CIG doesn't have any common sense. Well, I think that it's just, a lot of different opinions, a lot of different voices want probably different things. I'm not accusing of anyone specific, except marketing. Marketing probably has their hand in it for sure.
We mobilize.
Anyways, let's keep going.
Everybody, like the entire company, basically, all the engineers, right? Where we started a series of, I called them Joker card initiatives, right? So several teams during the last push received the Joker card. And what that allows them to do is to cut the red tape. So, for example, the network team had the Joker card. They could request anything from any team and get priority. And that allowed them to really move forward on their changes and their fixes. And so we started a bunch of those Joker card initiatives on performance specifically. And so every single day we would take captures. We would review hundreds and hundreds of captures, identify code parts that needed fixing, and then literally without a big process, right? So we've cut the process down. You talked about JIRAs earlier, right? This part of the process, no JIRA, right? And we just called out, here's a performance hotspot. And then directors from the company, our amazing tech teams and our engineers just jump on those things and go, I know what to do, optimize, next batch, right? And we kept grinding like this to really make sure that we could deliver above 15 to 20 FPS per server, at least, right, to get started. And we want to go even further, but that was kind of our target, was to deliver something where we're no longer dipping under 10 at all, ever, right? And so, for example,
you do dip below 10 sometimes.
Through this process,
it's not common though. 30 is more common.
Generation that was directly on the main thread that cost us 15 to 20, sometimes milliseconds, which is the frame budget's 33, right? And so, but the response from the teams were amazing. They rapidly refactored and optimized really key pieces of code to shave on these things. That made a very big difference. Out of these Joker card initiatives, I'm going to jump into the important ones. Physics is a very big issue for our servers. I've said that before. Not because our physics code is terrible, in fact, it's great, but we demand a lot from it. And we started to look into, well, what's going on here? Why is it costing us so much? And so we really profiled on that side quite a bit together as a team. So one of the things to remember here is that our bugs persist, right? If I
think anybody would forget.
They persist.
Bugs persist.
And so, but what I mean by that in this case is, if I spawn an object, intersecting with this desk, right? In any other game, when the map reloads, these objects are no longer colliding and we're good, right? In Star Citizen, those things will stay in complete intersection in the database and in the shard.
Okay, so that's why
and
my fucking ship falls through the hangar, like where the elevator lives, is because,
the physics code tries to solve
the physics code,
and that's
man.
what's costing us performance in big parts, right? And so we started this Joker card initiative that we call the Physics Expensive Event Resolution. And so it's about the physics engine detecting these things, which it already did, but now raising it for resolution, saying, I need a solve.
Oh, great. I can't wait.
And so a ship that intersects with a wall or that spawn in a wall, a weapon that falls through the floor and that's stuck in metal,
We've all been
Debris
there.
has been the big one, right? And so we needed a way to solve this. So what the physics expensive event system does is it raises an event for the game, and the game now receives these objects and it says, debris and player ships. Well, I'm going to do something with the debris. I'll either delete it, stow it, transform it, move it, right? And so as we start doing this, it's actually cleaning up all of these intersections across the shard and basically giving us back this performance step by step. And so one of the very large things that was very egregious in this was actually a bug on the ships where on explosion, some of the components of the ship could stay static in the world throughout the explosion. Behind the scenes when the ship explodes, we do a whole bunch of things. We replace some meshes with damage meshes. Some of the elements are physically deformed and move. And we create debris. We literally spawn debris. Now, if those components stay static and we spawn debris, we're creating intersections, debris straight intersection into these components. And so that was a very big part of the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically.
Sorry, really quick. Let me catch up on chat. Listen to the whole interview. It's like they're only now realizing that they need to figure out how to make game design work. I genuinely believe that up until maybe the last 24 months, CIG did not actually have a 1.0 game plan. I believe the 1.0 game plan that they shared with us genuinely has either changed a lot or it is brand new. I don't think that they've had this 1.0 game plan for years and years and years. I refuse to believe. I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it's a new concept. So I think that, there's of course going to be some things that need to be changed in the overall game design. Now, to your point, that's not a good thing this far in. 1.0 was only a hope, I guess. Yeah, it's not that it wasn't a hope. I think that up until a few years ago, I don't think that CIG knew what 1.0 was going to look like. I'm not sure that they even knew what it was going to look like. Like the idea of giving teams, hey, you get a blanket priority, whatever you need from other teams, you get priority. Yeah, I think depending on the feature, I think that, I don't know. I feel like that's how a lot of places work, it's really up to management to decide who gets priority like that, though. Up until recently, the word alpha, really them building an engine with playable just as a demo. So to make a game, they need to switch over to a different delivery method. Well, I mean, I would just say in general that the game needs to just move into a more polished and finished state, which is, I'm just saying the obvious. But yeah, it needs to stop feeling every day like you sign in and you're a QA tester, is essentially where they need to get to. Subscription-based revenue incoming. Yeah, I think that I wouldn't put it past CIG to eventually do some sort of subscription, but I think that the only way that they could do it and not piss off the entire community to the point where it wouldn't happen is if they were like, hey, if you are pre 1.0 backer, you do not pay a subscription. If you are a post 1.0 or something along the lines of if you spend X amount of money, you get a free subscription. But there's no way they're going to make people who have paid hundreds, yet alone thousands of dollars, which is more than most people pay for subscription games in its entirety, Yo, Refuge, what's up, dude? I'm back. I missed you, bro. The latter seems more feasible. Yeah, something like that. I hate a subscription. I don't think that CIG is going to do one. And here's the reason, is because such a huge chunk of the community that wouldn't pay a sub fee, that are currently here, Grimhex. If someone was brand new to the game and they felt like they were getting, the base experience, maybe you got an Aurora included or something, for $10 a month, I don't think a lot of people would be mad about that. But that being said, I agree with you. I think it's just more of the shape of the current game and what they're providing versus what people have spent. I genuinely think when Rich Tyre took over, he inherited a shit show, and I've been completely happy with how it seems like he's trying to clean up. Yeah, I mean, it's not a one-man project for sure. I know that there's a lot of people working hard on it. Benoit is one of them for sure. Huge team. There's hundreds of people we don't even know who I bet are doing really great work. that we should be thankful for. But yeah, I think that rich in charge is definitely a good thing. I could see concierge meaning something towards that. That being said, many of us still sub. Well, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is most people have spent more on Star Citizen than I think they ever will on a subscription game, if that makes sense. So it's not the price that scares people away. Make the game work and people will play and buy ships. Completely agree, Joe. Completely agree. Completely agree. It is unbelievable how much money people throw out this game for how bad it works. And I say that as someone who loves Star Citizen. It's unbelievable to me. Like, I'm shocked almost every day. Yo, Nox, thanks, bro. I hope you're good. Good to see you, man. They should focus on better merchandise. True. I think, a t-shirt can't desync. That's fair. I think this is what they're trying to relay now. There's still hope. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I don't think that we're like hopeless or anything, guys, by the way. Yeah, I don't think we're hopeless. I don't think, it's like we're beyond repair or anything. I just think CIG's got a lot of work to do. That's all. We got a lot of work to do. I wish that 4.0 would have had a better launch. I think it could have had a better launch. I went as far as, I made that big Spectrum post. Not that my opinion matters that much, for sure. But, yeah, I just would have liked to have seen the community in a different spot than it is now. And I think that we could have avoided all of this by just waiting on 401. I think people watching your or my streams get the wrong impression because streamers know all the workarounds. It takes months to learn that stuff. It's true. And my new answer to people is just, if you're checking out the game for the first time, you're going to feel like a QA tester. You're going to run into bugs and it's going to feel like you're playing something that's like brand new, especially because like you said, it takes a while to learn. And subscription, but sub gives you the best LTI and warranty for all the ships in game and pledge. Ooh, maybe PJ. I feel like people would think that's a little OP though. Don't you think? LTI sub. Imagine like it gave you in-game bot ships. Oh, that would be crazy. Actually, that'd be crazy. Is there a link to the original video? I've been trying to find it. It's on the Twitch page. I'll drop it for you, Whiskey. Yeah, sorry. I know we're talking a lot, but I'm a yapper. So, okay, let's keep watching.
So, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of the
let me go back like 10 seconds. I'm also tired of this alpha nonsense. It's pre-alpha prototype at best. Alpha makes people think that they're getting on a good thing early, but that is not this. Yeah, definitely not where we are today. I'd say. When you can't sign in and like the elevators and stuff don't work, I feel like when the basic stuff doesn't function, I feel like it's like I get embarrassed when I see like advertising on YouTube and stuff because that does happen. Yo, Power Ace, what's up, dude, with the 51? Yo, thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, Berks 07.
We came here for the hair, not the yap. Shut up, okay? Galvin, I know you're a long-time watcher. You come here for the yap as well. I'd file a lawsuit to get all my money back if they started to require a subscription. I don't think it's going to happen, Icarus. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. I disagree. I still consider it alpha. There's way too much content for it to be considered pre-alpha. I don't think I would consider it pre-alpha either. But I definitely don't think that I would. There is a reason why for the last like several months I have been so careful recommending the game to people. Because I feel bad, man. I feel bad. It's one of the reasons why I didn't make a new player guide for 401 is because I didn't want to lead people into a game that they felt like ultimately they were just gonna fail at. Now there are people who are new to the game who are like, I'm having a great time, and for those people, man, I'm pumped for you. I'm super pumped, but definitely not everyone's experience. Dude, Salty Mike's chat scared the crap out of me. I thought you were retiring. Thank the Lord. Me? No, I'm good. I'm good, Super. I'm back. Just taking a little breather. That's all. I haven't had problems with the elevators. I think I've had more issues with hangar doors, not opening or ruin, large specifically. Got it. Understood. Good to see you. Did Google today to make sure there wasn't any issues while you weren't around, but yeah. Did I get married? I've been married for a little bit, for like 6 months. Well, longer actually. 8 months? 7 months? 7.5? Do you not recommend it because it was buggy or is because it was lacking? Buggy. I think the content in 4.0 is actually fun. I think it's fun. Okay, let's keep watching, guys.
Components stay static and we spawn debris. We're creating intersections. Debris straight intersections
Yo.
these components. And so that was a very
Yo,
big
Captain, thanks,
part of
bro.
the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically. Another one was the AA turrets.
Yo,
So,
Sivan, thanks, bro.
You know, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of these AA turrets that when they died, in the same way as a ship when it dies and the components detach, right? The AA turret had an issue in its setup where it would go like this, but overlapping each of each other. Basically, every time someone killed an AA turret, we added to the server load forever. And so obviously, now that's being evicted completely from the system.
Yo, Refuge, thanks, bro, for the 2 gifted. I appreciate it.
So yeah, they might destroy you first.
That's
but-
crazy. That's a crazy
I'll
bug.
jump a little ahead here. Just I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important. I've seen some nummers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs and how many fixes
Snake.
were actually
Easier when it gets to
resolved
years,
over
right?
The course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 324
Yeah, Hairball, I agree. Actually, I think it's pretty trivial.
The team fixed 2,900 bugs.
Sorry, pause. Really quick. I think, by the way, let me read this comment so you guys know what I'm talking about. Alpha is a stage where you develop systems like server meshing. It's almost never open dev like this. However, we can all agree it should transition to beta or release. Yeah, of course, even CIG, right? Like, if CIG could snap their fingers and finish the game tomorrow, they would. You know, like this idea that they're holding it back on purpose for the sanctity of ship sales is ridiculous. Like, I'm tired of people making that assumption. It's so crazy to me. But yeah, I think that the term alpha, beta, pre-alpha, you know, early access, whatever, is very trivial to Star Citizen, probably because we're never going to have a proper beta. If you ask me, by the way that things are going. Yeah, like we're sort of in like a alpha, beta stage right now, hoping to get to live is, how I catch it. Also, yeah, we are voluntarily sped up. Because, I mean, this talk is another 2 hours. We haven't even got through the first hour.
In total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple tasks to fix. So in general, that's the number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question because
3,300 bugs,
is a
he
very
said.
Impressive number. But
can I rewind 10 seconds when I hit play? Yeah, let me rewind because I wanted to hear what he said too.
Ahead here, just I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important. I've seen some numbers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs and how many fixes were actually, resolved over the course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 324.3 and 4.0,
Sure, Troy.
The team fixed 2,900 bugs in total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple tasks to fix. So in general, that's the number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question because
for it.
2,900 bugs is a very impressive number. But
did we fix the right ones?
did you fix the right ones? It's
Yeah.
obviously those
Why
ones
didn't
were
they
all-
fix
many
the
of
bad
those obviously
bugs?
are important. We have a tremendous coterie of directors, all studios around the world who are prioritizing these things, and I'm sure they get us, a couple frames here, or they solve an issue that's going to affect those 10 people over there, and stuff like this. But there are many of our long-term bugs, the things that have just been an albatross around our neck for a long time. And the second half of this program, we're going to get into those one by one. Right. So I don't want. So without going into each one of those, because we're going to do that in a few minutes here. Why these 2,900 other bugs and not just 2 or 3 of the ones that would change the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well, so I don't do prioritization, but what I can tell you is that most of those issues are filed, they're called out, right, and they're raised up, but the complexity of some of them require a specific handling. So, if like I've read some stuff over the break where we've hotfixed certain issues. Like there was if I remember, a certain exploit that came out for some duping and some people thought it was a beneficial change, even though it was a bug, and and we fixed it. And people were like, well, why did you fix it when you could fix something else, right? It's all about capacity to fix. So do we have the right person available for this problem? Some problems require the experts. Our manpower is extremely specialized. And for some of the older systems, it's even worse. I call those the sandworm kind of feature, where basically, I've called them out before, but ATC, ASOP terminal, hangars, and transit are 4 of the systems that are always...
They didn't fix that one? It's still in? You can still dupe?
Never happens. Never a quick change in those systems, right? And so...
yeah, I want to jump in here.
Yeah, yeah, same here,
Uno
Butchin.
Moss in Twitch chat is yelling in all capital letters, "You are the experts!"
True.
One of the things that if you watch any of our programs over the years, I've been doing this for a decade here now, is that not everybody works on everything. Sure. Not everything, Kian is great at this, doesn't know crap about that. Paul is wonderful at this, would be as lost as I would be tackling this other thing. There are a finite number of experts that are available on any one thing. And like we talked the last time you were here, the folks who made ATC aren't here anymore. So ATC has been one of those features that had rotted. Yeah. And there was always there's this terrible Sophie's choice, and we have a section about how these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them.
Does anyone here work on video games? Like, does anyone here code? Is it just the reason why they get to a spot, right? Like where they get to a spot where they shut up, Aussie. They get to a spot, right, where they like run into a roadblock like this, where ATC has, in their words, rotted, right? At what point, why is it not just easier to remake the system on like in a new way that's going to, is it just too hard, I wonder? Like, you know what I mean? Like if you get to a process or a feature that is not compatible with the current iteration, does it just take too much time, I wonder? They're scared to break it, I wonder? It is, but it's not quicker. Understood. He'll get into that later. Gotcha. They get into it. Okay. Got it. Priorities, fear, lack of knowledge, management. It's not bad enough to make it worth risking. I was going to say, like, ATC definitely has had issues in the past, but it's not like the biggest issue I'd say out there at the moment. Very tough to fix code you don't completely understand. Understood. Does that make like software developers though like completely irreplaceable for the things they work on? Or is there a way that you can work on stuff that makes it understandable to other people who are working in the same field as you? I don't do software code. Not with AI now. Understood. If it's commented well, okay. Comment your code. That's what comments are for. Got it. I did learn about commenting whenever I took a little bit of coding. That's our job security. Let's go. Software devs in many ways are digital archaeologists. See, because like this is what we're running into right now. Like if you guys haven't heard, player bounties are currently broken. So my question has been, why don't they just remake player bounties? Like start from scratch, remake them. They need a rework anyways. They've needed a rework since day one. They've needed a rework. And what I mean by that is make it where instead of you're tracking the person, make it where you're tracking either A, the closest location to the person, last seen at this location, SBK, Brio's Break Your Yard, whatever. It just has a ping on the location, not necessarily where that person is. I think that'd be a great way to do it. Space dads don't like criminals. True. Well, those criminals can just, murder whoever they want at the moment. They don't go to prison. The only way to go to prison is get shot by an NPC currently. D-Rock, you tested it, right? Like you cannot go to prison even if you have someone's bounty. Even if I commented a code half a year later, I'm asking myself, did I write this? Got it. Bounty hunting V2 is probably what they're waiting for. Yeah, I guess so. Man, I just like it. It sucks to me that, this gameplay loop I love has been shelved, I guess, indefinitely. You know, like it's all we used to do here, man. I used to bounty hunt for like 10 hours a day. And, you know, I feel like now it's, we don't have anything close to it. Stinks. Tech debt is going to be the ultimate bane of Star Citizen. Death by 1,000 cuts is what I always say. Death by 1,000 cuts. They need a rework, but other frustration comes with the fact that old systems are also reinventing the wheel. We've been stuck with that. Yeah, fair enough. Fix the game. By the way, I want my Banu. Okay. Banu Merchantman on the way. That's what I heard. Banu Merchantman released at the end of this video. I'm just curious what they're going to talk about for the next 2 hours and 10 minutes. Ranger win? They talk about markers in the problem? Okay. Or in the video? Got it. Okay, cool.
I'm on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, audit one thing. And like we talked the last time you were here, the folks who made ATC aren't here anymore.
Right. So
ATC has been one of those features that had rotted. Yeah. And there was always this, there's this terrible Sophie's choice. And we have a section about how these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch. Right. Whereas they could fix 15 or 20 other issues in that same time. Right. And you're like, well, and this constant calculus of, is that one worth the weight of those 20s? And it's not a situation I envy you or anybody else. You said you don't make the prioritizations. Right. You're in these conversations along with everybody else. Yes. You mean you don't make them alone. You're not the sole person who gets to decide. Yes. It's like this. It's like many things are done in a committee because everybody's got their perspective. Everybody's got their priorities. Everybody's got their idea of what they think is the most important. Right. I've been in chats where Chris will say this is the most important, and Aaron will say this is the most important, and Jens will say this is the most important. And you're like, well, no, this is the most important. And we have the same conversation that the backers have. Just 3 weeks earlier is usually what I say. So, it's prioritization and also having the right resources and having that right resource available, because sometimes the right person for that is also the right person for this, and they've been in this for 3 months. Right. And to pull them off of this
totally, Chris,
would be devastating to that, because then you get tech debt and that begins to rot. And it's like we sit there. There are so many times where I've been in meetings or sit in chats and just ground my teeth, because we all know what needs to happen. We all know that thing needs stuff, but there isn't the resource at the moment to go and do it. And that's at least as frustrating for us as it is for the players. Probably more so for the players, if I'm being completely honest. But
sure. No, but you're right. It's all about having the right people for the right issue.
You know why it's more frustrating for us than it is them at some level is because we're here voluntarily. At least when they show up every day and the shit doesn't work, they get paid to play. You know what I mean? They get paid to fix it. That being said, I definitely don't think working at CIG is an easy job at all. Sorry. Luckily, all knowledge workers will be replaced in 5 years with AI. True. The robot takeover, Skynet, it's coming. We're masochists. It's true. I definitely am. Did you see that Tony Z quietly retired from CIG? It's something I could have guessed a few years ago, to be honest. When Tony didn't show up at the 2023 CitizenCon, I was already suspicious. But when he didn't show up to the 2023 CitizenCon, I assumed that he just didn't work there anymore. That being said, I think that based on what they said on the website, it looks like he still might have some sort of connection with CIG. I'm not sure what that is, or if he's just like, in cryo sleep until they wake him up. Maybe they've downloaded his brain onto a CD or something, a floppy drive. He's retired, but still has an office there. Yeah. Emeritus, whatever it says. However you pronounce it. Consults essentially. It's not common, actually. Yeah, apparently, did I say it was common? What I meant to say is common with people with that title. Not uncommon. Got it. Not uncommon. Happens in academia. Got it. Emeritus. Got it. Yo, Refuge, thank you very much for the 3 gifted subs today. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. They cyberpunked him? Yeah, maybe a little bit. We'll see. We'll see. Who's going to take the chip in their head, though? That's the question. All right, let's keep going. Sorry, I was just catching up on chat. You'd have to put a gun to my head to do that for any of my previous companies I've worked for. I think like it's probably something that's like a mutual respect thing, but also like, hey, you get paid like probably a generous amount of money to not work every day and like come into the office so we can rely on your expertise like every, couple weeks or so. At least that's what it seemed like people were saying about the situation is that's people with that title typically get that role. Anyways, let's keep going.
At the right time.
And
in the
historically,
right
if we're being frank, we've been focusing more on the features.
You've been focusing more on the new stuff.
Correct. And I think that, what Chris outlined in his letter for the chairman is really the direction.
Yo, Goblins, thanks, dude.
To bring back those experts into helping us fix the things that affect the players day in and day out.
So let's start talking about the letter from the chairman now.
Sure.
So in December, Chris published a letter from the chairman that would set the direction for our entire
here we
2025.
go.
I did a big thing
here we go
about this, and what I'm going to ask you for your version of this. I want to read specifically a few words that were from that letter. As we jump into the new year, our primary focus across our Star Citizen teams is clear: improving playability. Our drive for playability surrounds three critical areas: performance, stability, and content. No features in there. We understand that the live environment must be far more reliable and consistent, and we are determined to deliver on this. The sentiment many of you have shared, and one we wholeheartedly agree with, is that if the current game, as it stands today, ran smoothly with fewer obstacles and bugs, it would provide an unparalleled experience. Over the years, we've experimented with different approaches to improve quality of life and tackling tech debt. However, the ongoing challenge has been balancing these efforts alongside the introduction of new features and technology. So, in testing new features within the same pipeline as content, it's led to a bunch of intended ripple effects, creating instability, hindering performance, and impacting overall gameplay. In some cases, new features that are not
sometimes drunk
delayed the release of content or caused blockers that impact our progress. This has prompted us to reevaluate our approach to feature and content rollout, focusing on steps that we can take to bring the game to a better state while maintaining steady delivery. And that's the end. That's the last I'll read from this stuff. So
sure.
I just got done at the top of the show explaining what that means in my words. Right. I want to hear what that means in your words. What are we actually doing to put those words into effect this year? What are we actually changing?
Stage one is we're committing more resources to fixing issues that affect the live environment, but also that are reported by players. And so in a typical setup, we have to take those resources from features, right? So that means that normally if we're on 50 different features, all these engineers are working on new content to build new components or new features, new UIs for these new gameplay elements. And this can go on for a while because there's prototyping, there's iteration, there's merging QA, and this can take a while to bring it in. And as Chris is pointing out, it creates ripple effects. And so we have to slow down on the features to get those resources to jump into what I call these Katamari issues. Like we're gonna look at a couple later, but issues that require, oh, I need a physics expert. Oh, I need an audio expert. Oh, I need a graphics expert. Oh, I need a gameplay expert. I need a guy who wrote this system. I need a guy who wrote this system. An issue that just keeps growing until it's solved. In order to do that, we need to give a joker card to those issues. And so that's what we're going to do this year, is to slow down on features. We still need to build features, but we're going to pick the ones we can do while still investing in correcting problems that we know have been in the game either forever or that are newly and very active. And even if they're super complicated to solve and require a refactor, right? So we'll talk about refactors, I'm sure, in the next list.
So what's wrong with saying quality of life? Are you talking about them? I think it's because they've already said it. Like 100 times they've said, we're working on quality of life. We're working on quality of life. So this has to feel like something different, And that being said, like no disrespect to Benoit here. I do genuinely like Benoit based on, what I've seen about him. But like nothing about what he's saying, and maybe they'll get a little bit more into it, is making me feel good when, again, the first chance they have to go back on their word with the playability and stability, this year being it, is they go against it. And I haven't heard any explanation for it yet, but maybe they'll talk about it in a little bit. We'll see. Quality of life features, they're talking about polish now. True. Well, quality of life features, they're talking about polish now. Well, polish can definitely be quality of life depending on, the way that you approach it. But
it also means, what I put in my notes, because, we kind of prepared a list so that I can just organize my thoughts, but increasing bug fixing quotas.
Maybe bop it. Maybe.
So in general, teams have not necessarily a quota to fit, but they have an allotted time for bug fixing. We're going to try to jump that by a lot so that we can actually jump on more bug fixes that matter. That's the thing that's key, right? Even though we fixed 3,000 issues, there are maybe 15 or 20 or 30 issues that are really affecting players day in and day out that are bugs or defects that must be resolved. And so we've put that in a list called the directors list. So every director has a chance to basically flag an issue in their domain and say, I'm going to need a Joker card for this issue, and it needs to be solved, right? And so that list is also going to transform itself into a release criteria. So, typically when we do a PTU, we're going through these waves.
That's the plan, Dan.
The process at which we go to the next wave is always a bit, it looks good. We look at metrics, we look at disconnects and stability in general, but we don't necessarily look at quality of the game specifically because we're in development, and so it's always been a bit different for us. But I think that we need to change this process for us to move away from being an alpha game. We need to start moving away from the word constant development. In order to do that, we need to professionalize our criteria for launch, and that means that directors list need to go down. It needs to get the solves that it needs, and those become criteria to move forward. Now we're gonna have to make decisions because we cannot fix everything out at the same time. Again, it's a question of resources, but the goal is to make a significant dent in that list, even if it keeps going on there.
Okay, really quick. I'm afraid that they're going to spend a year fixing stuff, and then right when they start to add content again, we'll be back to the same broken game state. See, this is so interesting to think about, right? Is because okay, let's say we give CIG a year to catch up on everything. Like snap our fingers, boom. It's been a year. We've caught up on everything, right? The question is, will they be able to, keep the game stable? But it's like other games do this, right? Like other games do this. Content and features aren't the same in my opinions. It depends on what we're talking about. Like Bounty Hunting 2.0 is both, right? For example. Or contains both at least. So it depends. Content in general doesn't break things. New features does. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends what you're talking about, right? Is this a process issue or a talent? In my opinion, it's an issue of scale. New features are way more difficult than content. Yeah, fair enough. It depends on if they start following normal software development methods. Changes are backwards compatible until they test to make sure all the new code doesn't break the old code. Yeah, essentially, here's my question. How do we get to the spot where it is I guess how do we get to the spot where we're not playing catch up, but it feels like CIG is in such a tough spot, to be honest. But I do think focusing on stability is the right play. It seems like to me they are trying to say that they're focused more on stability this year, but it does seem to me like they still have features planned. I don't know. I feel like I'm just repeating what Benoit said. But I guess I'm just trying to process the information they're giving us. I don't feel like this has been really candid and very open and very transparent, but I've yet to feel an hour into this more confident in CIG. I guess for me, it's going to be a actions speak louder than words kind of thing. There's a lot of great info ahead. Okay, cool. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad this guy is working for CIG, but am I more confident that the end of this year is going to be more stable and I guess feature polish, maybe not features added, but features polished and stuff like that. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. I hope so. Focus on stability plays into the need for new players and give them a better initial experience. I completely agree. The question is, can we keep that up, right? Make elevators and trains great. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, we definitely need that. That's a big one. One Once they get it to live, we'll slowly see better polished releases. Yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll see. I mean, the truth is like everything that we have right now is in live, right? There's no PTU, there's no hotfix up currently, and yeah, we just we need the stamp of approval on that one to be better, and it can't just last a day and then go to shit. You know what I mean? Watch in 2 years, this guy will be gray-haired and wrinkled. Yeah, well, he's got the salt and pepper going on right now. Not that, you know, it looks bad. Don't think there's anything they can do to make people feel better. Actions over promises. Yeah, definitely. I feel like I guess I don't know what I was expecting from this conversation, but yeah, apparently there's more good info ahead. So let's just keep on watching. They fix elevators. You will all get fatter. Well, you know, I'd take the stairs if they had them. They didn't let me. Expecting that after 12 years is the right feeling. It's just like, I don't know how many of you guys here have been here for more than 5 years. How many of you guys have been here for more than 5 years? One in chat if you've been here for more than 5 years, a part of the game. It's just like, I feel like I'm not asking too much at this point. Like, I feel like we've, you know, most of us have been playing the game for over half a decade. Some of us longer. I feel like we're not asking for too much for the patch to come out and for it to be good for a few weeks. And I hope that this year of stability and this year of playability leads to that, is all I'm saying. I want a new player to log into the game and feel like they can play for the first couple hours without running into any major issues, you know? And I feel like most of us who have, you know, put one in chat, who have been here for more than half a decade, I would assume feel pretty similarly. I don't know. I want to play. I can come up with the interim content in RP. No, I really want to play Star Citizen as well. It just feels like everything is so chaotic at the moment. In terms of like content working, it just doesn't feel like, or I guess features working, you know, it feels like a waste of time going into the PU at the moment. Had such a hard time getting friends to join because of the buggy mess. Right. Yeah, it's not even that I'm like super pissed at CIG and I'm like, we need to fucking take these motherfuckers down. You know, fuck CIG. It's not anything like that. I just I'm getting to the point, man, where I'm tired. You know, I'm tired of hearing the same thing over and over again. I'm tired of running into the same issues over and over again and hearing a different excuse for them. So man, I hope this year of playability and stability pays off. Really. We deserve better is all I have to say. Yeah, I feel like we do. I feel like we got to get there. Let me put it this way. If this year of playability and stability can't do it, we're probably fucked. You know what I mean? Like, they keep on saying, hey, we're going to quality of life. Hey, we're going to do this. But if they're straight up saying, guys, this is the year where we're going to make this great and we're going to make this playable and we're going to make this stable, and they still can't get it done at the end of the year, we're kind of fucked, aren't we? I don't know. Hopefully that's not the case, but I guess we're going to see. You're not the only one that's tired. Spectrum's full of players raging. Fair enough. Yeah. That'd be something else. Gosh, I cannot imagine the state of the community if we get to the end of this year and it's still broken. Oh God, dude, I'm nervous. I'm nervous. Okay, anyways, let's keep going. We got a lot to go, I think. Remind me 10 months. True, everyone set a reminder in your phone for December. Oh God. Jared said the same thing and then he makes you cry at the end. Oh, really? Okay, fair enough. Quality of life isn't stability. I would say that quality of life doesn't equal stability, but quality of life can be stability. You know? If we make it July and it's still borked, it's over. Really? You think that? Yeah. We got another 2 hours to go. I gotta keep it real with you guys. I'm thinking about cutting this short. Oh man. Okay, let's keep on going. We'll keep on going until I feel like the content's not good anymore. You guys said it's good content, so we'll see.
Increase the number of engineers and programmers. You're not talking about going out and hiring 100 new people.
I feel bad for you, man, because this is your main game. Here's the deal, guys. I want to be a streamer, and more specifically, I want to be a Star Citizen streamer. Straight up. I love playing this game. I like hanging out with you guys. But the truth is like, if Star Citizen goes under, I'll be fine. I won't have any issue getting by. Don't worry. I'll be good. But I do appreciate that. I'm more concerned for us as a community. You know? If you keep on pausing, true. All right, we'll keep going. When are we getting the Orion? Never.
People.
No.
You're talking about, the people who were working on base building, the people who were working on crafting, the people who were working on resource networks, stuff like that. It's about
Sugar Mama. No, it's me. Don't go get a job.
People with the experience. The one that Uno Mas said. The experts. About
oh God, don't say that, Anna.
Them off the new feature development, correct, and putting them on the less sexy.
Yes, Roswell.
Like, hey, fix an elevator.
That's an example.
It's
right?
okay. All right. So I want to talk about the 3 areas that were covered in the letters to the channel. We'll start with stability.
Yeah.
So I know this is going to sound like a simplistic question, and there are probably lots of Star Citizens. I can see them in the chat right now. JJ Land 614 says no one cares about bug fixing. Is everybody right? Is JJ Land 614 right? Everybody? Sorry, there was no reason for me to do that.
Sure.
So lots of people who have followed these shows and they know parts of this. I've seen the people in chat. I already know this because I watch everything. This is a show for everybody.
Right.
What does working on stability really mean? What is we've had a lot of platitudes here, and sure, platitudes are necessary. They're helpful to explain things, but translate this into real world shit for me.
Right.
I use my one swear. What does working on stability actually translate into as far as action goes?
Well, it translates into aggressively monitoring what we call.
Sorry, I want to keep on pausing to read, guys, but we got to keep going.
Very simple metrics like do servers crash, right?
Oh, wait, perfect. We got it. We got an ad. Perfect timing. Okay, I can keep on reading. What am I going to play then? Hashtag confused? I don't know. I mean, I'll always stream as a hobby, guys. I like hanging out with you guys. 100%. The real question is what will CitizenCon be like if everything is still broken? Will anyone go? What will CIG talk about? One more year, guys? Here's a great question. What does CIG talk about this year? Even if things are working, I wonder. Not in a bad way. I don't mean that as like in a what are they even going to talk about? I'm genuinely curious. Squadron 42, I guess so. Yeah, I guess so. Do you think that they would show more of Squadron? Nix is a good guess. I feel like, man, you've already showed the opening mission. Why show any more? What will CitizenCon be without new features? I don't think there's any reason to not show like Nix coming up, or like, hey guys, we have this new global event we're really excited to show you, or XYZ we're working on. I don't see any reason why CitizenCon can't be done. Progress on features as well. True. Base building. I mean, base building probably this year as well. Yeah, we'll see. If you don't get enough RSVPs, they'll do it online like they did during the pandemic. Oh yeah, fair. I mean, they do lose money on CitizenCon, I think. Like just on the physical event. I think they make money first through the sales, but I think on the physical event they might lose money. I'm not sure. Right. Like it'd be like, what would WoWCon talk about? There's a World of Warcraft con, I'm assuming, right? Do they talk about like new features and new upcoming content and stuff? Is that a thing? Like, although you guys wouldn't like this, I bet what they could do, BlizzCon, right? I bet what they could do in the future is get rid of ISC. Once the game hits 1.0, get rid of it, and then make ISC throughout the year well, I guess they could still do ISC on the stuff that maybe they're not going to show at CitizenCon, but you get what I'm saying. Like they could just, they could make that content what you're going to do, or what you're going to see at CitizenCon. Yo, Till1, what's up with the 41? Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. Talk about mostly fixing broken things. Fair. What's content if you can't play it? Yeah, fair. You know, I will say working elevators doesn't typically get a round of applause, but, well, you know what? Around here, it probably would. And guys, we want to introduce our new elevator tech that's coming out this year. All right, let's keep watching.
Crash. Do clients crash? And together, do these cause client disconnects, right? And so all these metrics go into what we call basically stability, but it goes further than that. Those are just basically the indicators, like the big level indicators. What stability is like things like bare bone things, like are you able to successfully connect to the game?
Can you log in?
Correct.
True. Wow.
Can you do successful
Yo, that's a
interactions?
good one.
Like, can you go to your ship and press F to join your cockpit and then not it take 35 seconds? Is it consistent and reliable? Meaning, like, is it like this all the time? Or is it there only sometimes, right? So stability is about consistent and reliable experience interaction.
I like what Pim was saying.
When we work on stability, we're talking about improving the observability. So teams that, when you guys are playing the game, you have a very immersive experience, and issues that affect you during your gameplay are part of your bubble, right? We need to be able to see those issues from the outside. So from the server side, from the cloud environment side, and so improving observability gives us that, because there are many systems in the game that have not been instrumented to be observed, right? And so sometimes, you know, some older systems, I'm not going to name ATC, you know, are going to have like some hiccups that we can't even see, but players report to us, and then we have to investigate, but we need more observability. So that's working on stability as part of that. Changing systems that typically are problematic into self-healing systems so that they can just repair themselves. So when they get into a case that we know, we just modify the system to make sure it tends towards a state that's functional.
Interesting.
And the observability comes into play to make sure that it does function. Working on stability also means establishing budgets.
Interesting.
So budgets for errors, budgets for performance. And so that affects everybody in the company. But if we talk purely on stability, it's all about, A, is the content that we've produced here or the feature we've produced here using too much resources, whether it's CPU, GPU.
He specifically says, why not stairs? Oh, I know why there's not stairs. It's because the stations are too big to support them. For sure.
Server calls, bandwidth, storage, networking. So reinforcing those.
I do think, however, every station should be designed in a way where the walkable interior market should have an airlock or something, right? Like some way to get to a pad or something. And the only reason I say that is because, I mean, man, look at Port Olisar. I beg for stations like Port Olisar, please. I beg. That's not what he says. Well, it's partially true, right? You can't make stairs that go several kilometers, right? That'd be ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. A 1 kilometer long staircase, exactly. So, yeah, Grim Hex is a great example too. I love Grim Hex, but you need an elevator to get to hangars. And recently, oh, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah, but Grim Hex is plenty of ways out. I love Grim Hex. Love Grim Hex. Just can't get a ship, unfortunately. Yo, Speed, what's up with the 23? Appreciate it.
Yo.
Elevator equals loading screen. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but like the elevator really isn't a loading screen because it's physically moving. You know, like I dream of a world where I could just stand in an elevator and it teleports me and it's basically a loading screen. But unfortunately, that isn't what is happening. To quote Minnie, I'll believe it when I see it. True. Elevators are not loading screens. Yeah, they aren't. They aren't. I kind of wish they were, but I know a lot of people don't want that. You can see player markers moving in them. Yeah, 100%. I'm fine with teleporting elevators in Star Citizen. Yeah, if they didn't have windows, I'd say if they did have windows, then I'd say don't make them teleport. But the fact that they have windows makes me think, yeah, they could have probably made elevators in a interesting way where they required the window to work. Like in an elevator, that would have been cool. I'm never getting through this video. That's true. That's true. That's true. All right, let's keep going.
Those budgets, going about finding the offenders, right, that go above these budgets and chasing them down, solving them. So that's stability work. Reducing error rates, obviously, that's part of it. That's the resulting. And the challenge with working stability is that, especially in light of server crashes, is that it's a fog of war.
Yeah, Haruka's,
So,
I agree.
You can launch a game and you're like a version of the game, and there's one crash that's going around. We can identify and dedupe crashes, right? So we know what they are. So we're looking into one, and then we're like, oh, if we fix this one, it's going to be very stable, right? But then when you fix that one, that allows the program to continue. And then more bugs show up, more crashes show up. So it's a fog of war. It needs a constant care and attention. One thing we've done this year to help that is that we have a much more robust hotfix process that, frankly, we use a bit too much, but it does give us the ability to get some fixes out when we see big problems right away. But it's to contribute to that fog of war. So that's what working on stability for me is. It's all of these issues together.
Do the same thing for performance.
Sure. Performance is it's a larger one, and so performance touches on both the client, the hybrid, and the server. The hybrid is the replicant that takes care of the networking. And so performance is about, obviously, frame rate to begin with on the client and on the server. We talked a little earlier about server optimizations. It's about loading times. So making sure that the load times are acceptable in all kinds of areas. Like, I'm not just talking about the loading screen. I'm talking about loading in assets, streaming in an area, fully initializing a full location, right? That's the load times I'm talking about. Memory utilization. So making sure that we use efficient memory, that we don't go above our memory budgets. Same thing here, the keyword is budgeting. So we need to have way stricter budget. We need to work on that area. And then finally, resource utilization of your machine in general, but also network connections. So latency and bandwidth, connectivity and stability of the connection in general that need to be improved. So that's what working on performance is. So stability is one area, performance is another one.
All right, so who works on these things? Because this isn't, so we're talking about this major change here. We're taking people off of features and putting them on new features.
Yo, Hippo, what's up, dude? Sorry, we got rated on Twitch. Yo, you guys actually caught me at a strange time. You guys, yeah, you caught me at a strange time, Hippo. I'm catching up on a big video that the devs released. So yeah, we are currently watching that. What's up, everyone? What's up? Hope you're good. You have some very exciting news. Okay. Hit me. Yo, Sporty, I'm doing good. How about yourself, dude? Good to see you. Yeah, Hippo, how was the stream, man? Stole an X-Hick hanger today with a bomb? Oh, yo, congrats, man. Congrats. That's awesome. Yeah, dude. I mean, yo, enjoy that while it lasts, because I don't think it's going to. We wiped the whole hanger. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. That sounds awesome, to be honest. Yo, Chaotic with the gifted sub. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. They kept coming back? Oh, man, that's crazy. 25 dead bodies. Yeah, send me a pic. That sounds crazy. Cool. Yeah, we're in the middle of this video. Essentially, if you guys are just joining, they released this big update on like the playability of stuff and how they want to make things more like consistent and like playable, and what their process is for that. It's honestly, if you're not like knee deep in the development, maybe a little bit boring, but it's very interesting to hear like at a high level how some of these processes work at CIG and like what their plan is for the year. Twitch chat broken for anyone else? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Hippo. Yeah, I hope it was a good one, bro. I hope it was a good one. Works for me. Wait, what are you talking about, Hex? Are you talking about the game? Or are you talking about something else? Oh, Twitch chat. Got it. Oh my God, bro. That is insane. Yo, these poor motherfuckers probably had no idea what was going on either. They'd walk in, dude. Dude, that is so crazy. Those poor motherfuckers. Oh, dude. Okay.
Putting them on existing.
All right, let's keep going.
Existing features. This isn't something that.
If you guys don't know, essentially, there's a bug going on right now where you can buy bombs and you can take the bomb wherever you want and shoot it, and it just explodes with full damage. And so there's some sneaky stuff you can do with them, for sure. Some super sneaky stuff.
That vehicle artists do. They get to keep doing their thing for the most part. This isn't something that somebody who makes a distribution center for the environment team does. This isn't something that somebody who makes a really unfortunate heart-shaped bed for the subscriber program does.
It was performant.
Who's the person who's actually who are the people that are actually doing this work? Who's changing to do this stuff?
So it's again engineering, right?
I don't think so,
Has a
Nelson.
large
Not
focus
yet.
on
Not yet, at
performance,
least.
But it's also, you know, we have a team, an online team that takes care of what we call site reliability. So these guys are definitely the first watchers of all these metrics, and these guys will call out issues that we need to solve, right? And then they will loop in engineers, and so that's the core of the people working on this. But I kind of want to push back on what you just said about like, oh, the guys on the ship team don't have to do performance, right? Which
what's wrong with the snare?
You know,
just so I know, Nelson, what's wrong with the Mantis? Sounds like Sea of Thieves kegs. It is definitely kind of like Sea of Thieves kegs, for sure. I think that honestly it would be interesting if there was a way to make it work, but I don't think it's going to stay. I think that CIG is probably going to fix it. The bombs exploding, that is. Snare only works within the same server. It doesn't work between two. Where is that an issue? Like, where are you running into that being an issue? The jump point? Oh. It can snare if the target only starts on a GGS. I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now, Nelson. I get it. I didn't understand before. I get it now. No. I thought you were saying that it didn't work on the boundary. I was because like in my mind, if you snare someone going from Bloom to Terminus, they're on the same server as you when you snare them. I didn't realize that was the issue. You're saying that if someone is coming to you from Terminus and you're at Bloom and you want to snare them, well, technically they started on the Terminus server, so they're not read by your server and you don't snare them. I get it. Yeah. Okay, so snaring is just like busted in general. You can't do it at the moment. Got it. Like unless it's like local snaring. You have to make sure you're on the server that the QT is. Jump out pretty early from the target. Got it. Yeah, that's kind of lame. Especially because that breaks a lot of snaring routes and stuff. A lot of people don't know this, but the snaring cone is really small. Hasn't updated in like 10 minutes for me. That's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. Right, okay, let's keep on watching.
Sometimes the way things are made in the game have a very big impact on performance, right? I can give examples, but like areas of levels that are created with hundreds of entities, right? Instead of using like a bare minimum, or there's techniques to use where group merging certain objects need to help reduce the actual effective size of things. So the teams on content are also kind of on the hook for performance, less so on stability, but they're on the hook for performance. And so they're not totally free, but they are less in the line of fire because typically an engineer is needed to identify a problem first, and then it might reach a content team depending on what the issue is.
Okay. What's the difference between an engineer and a programmer?
It's basically the same thing almost.
Why do we use both terms?
I don't know. I think it's when you use programmer when you talk about a coder, and you talk about an engineer when he's got an architectural approach to it, I guess. But they're very similar in my mind.
Sounds like full of shit.
Yeah, a little bit, but
You're not gonna count that one.
Where's the jar?
You need a drink. You're talking quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right, so let's put things into motion now.
Yep.
It's 2025. We've got our mandate. We've got a directive set for us by Chris Roberts. We touched a little bit about prioritization and delegating responsibility. So I want to talk about this. It's no secret that anybody who's watched my stuff for years knows that I like to have the conversation that no other game company would ever dream of having. And there's nobody from another game company that would sit here for 2 hours and answer these kind of questions. So thank you. I want to talk about delegating responsibility. Let me think about how I want to put this. Obviously, we have a lot of talented engineers and programmers across all of our studios. But some are juniors and some are seniors who have all their own specialties and aptitudes. How do we decide who works on what? Because when I look at, if I were sitting on the outside, and I used to.
Sure.
If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at some of the decisions.
Is this a question we really need to be asking?
Couple of years.
I don't know.
Elevators have been a plague for forever. A transit system has had a refactor or two in the past, and whatnot. Those were all before server meshing, which was now.
Like a question like this doesn't really pertain to Star Citizen, right? Like it, I don't know. Interesting. Maybe I'll give an interesting answer.
I would look at this.
Not sure.
And wonder what the hell are they thinking from time to time?
Sure.
Why? So I would like you to talk about how this process is done. I know you said that you're not the one solely responsible, but you can speak to this process and how this responsibility is delegated.
It looks like
not
Butchin.
just to what bugs
Looks
get
like
worked
Anakin
on, but
Skywalker.
Right.
who works on this stuff. Talk to me for a bit about that.
Well, so it's an interesting
The lightsaber that
problem,
is, guys.
Because fundamentally, all these talented programmers and engineers are human beings, right, behind it. And so they
Even Paul?
even Paul. I mean, he does have a beast mode, but he is still a human. And I think that one of the challenges that the teams face.
This part of the video feels unneeded.
Let's talk assignment first, right? Is there's a certain level of ownership, right? If I wrote a system, then I own it, right, in a way. And then further iterations or bug fixes on this thing, I will be the best qualified to do it because I know the code. Anybody else that needs to go in this code is going to have a little ramp up, right? And sometimes we can't pay that ramp up, especially at the pace at which, I keep saying that in our projects it's different. Typically, we don't release a game before it's in a better state.
Most games don't run a live game environment in the middle of their development.
Exactly, and that, I call it the cost of shipping, is what hurts us the most, because now any priority issue for the live patch needs to become absolute, right? But so back to assignment, right? So one programmer writes a system, he owns it, right? So we're going to try to go back to this person when there's bug fixes or items to go to.
They're going to have the least on-ramp time.
Yeah, exactly. But now sometimes it can happen that that's a junior developer. It can happen that that's a senior developer. It really depends, right? Some systems also end up with no owner when there's churn and people leave and there's replacements or people move on. There's a lot of internal movement at CIG where people want to change their specialty, and so you want to keep that distribution fair for the people in there. Like, you don't want to assign someone on pure bug fixes for 5 years because they're not going to stay with the company, right? You need to balance this out.
Isn't that what QA does?
Of how you assign the work. Now, again, I'm not talking prioritization, but assignment, right? Typically, we're going to try to pair juniors with seniors to encourage growth so that these juniors can become seniors and then we can depend even more on them, right? And so that's another constraint that sometimes you need to spend time from a senior on a specific issue to help a junior on another issue.
Sometimes you'll have two people on an issue, not because they can make the baby twice as fast, but because that's how you train that junior to become senior. And that's one less person.
I hope this finally fixes the game.
No, QA finds bugs. It's an entry-level role. No, I get that, Neil, but I'm just saying, like, the idea of not having someone work on bugs the whole time that they're employed, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I was referring to. Hope this finally fixes the game, me and you both, brother. What asshat coded elevators? Good question. I mean, I guess that the idea is that elevators just don't work with server meshing for whatever reason. I don't know why, but I guess they don't. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, good question.
Working on something else.
That's right.
Because you need, this is part
maybe
of
they
the
don't work there anymore either.
Okay, correct. There's also, so we talked junior, seniors, right? We make it simple, but there's also leadership, right? So lead developers, like, I don't know, most people know this, but the lead developer is not necessarily the best developer of the team. No. But the lead's responsibility is management, right? It's making sure that the issues move and that our plan of action is sound, that it's vetted, that it's code reviews, make sure the quality is there, but also just orchestrating the team, right? So typically a lead should spend roughly 40% of his time doing management on the team, right? So leadership is also a key element in that. Even if you pair people and you have a million things going together, what is the drumbeat is the leadership, right? And so you need to have all those combinations to be able to have a healthy engineer team. And so you want to avoid overburdening as well. So sometimes you have some developers that come into the company and they're really good, right? But they're juniors, right? So they're learning fast. They have a lot of energy. They're going for it. And so path of least resistance, we're going to go like, oh, well, look, can you look at this? Can you look at this? Can you look at this? And at some point, that person's overburdened. And we have to release our patches, so time constraints come in. And so code quality goes down, right? And that's an issue we have to battle every single day.
This is really not information I think we need.
In the old
it's
system.
interesting
You're referring back
from
to
like
how we did it before. Yeah. In this
company
system,
perspective,
in this way,
but
it's
this
a
isn't
patch
really
every
like
month,
Star
but
Citizen
what is ready to
specific.
go into those patches. We've said some version of this before.
Sure.
And let's just be super honest. We haven't been super good at sticking to the philosophy. It was after I think it was after 3.0. It was after a really long wait for 3.0 where,
Look
some
at
of
the
us had to
chat in
grow
the
a real
video.
stupid beard.
Yes.
That it was, okay, we're no longer going to wait for features anymore. We're going to do this quarterly patch. And then if a feature isn't ready, we're not going to wait for it. It gets pulled out. We're like, we weren't so good.
The famous
at
go, no
adhering
go
to-
process.
Yeah, we weren't really good.
Yeah, it's just standard stuff though, Waffle. Most of the community isn't smart like Berks and his viewership. They needed this information. Well, I mean, I guess like the question is like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, it's not Star System specific is all.
Good at that.
Which we internally call the go, go, go process.
Yes.
I guess like Jared said, this video's for everyone.
To hear you admit that. The
I'd say skip a bit. Okay, yeah, let's skip to the next question.
no-go process was not to throw the passes out. We're super proud of what we've accomplished here, but there's a point where doing the same thing year after year,
The same way.
the same way, and we always made changes here and there, and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So this year, and this whole thing that we're talking about today, and we'll talk more about on ISE next week, is it's time to try something different. Now, this is incredibly scary for us. I'm gonna go on the record and say we have been a feature-driven project since the PU was first introduced in 2015. We doubled down on that after 3.0 at the end of 2017. To stop that and to turn all of our focus internally, to turn it all inward, and to say to this incredibly talented programmer, you don't get to work on the super sexy hot new feature. You have to work on elevators now. That is going to create problems for us, keeping people engaged, keeping people interested, and stuff like this. That's when patches come out, and when we get to April or May or whatever, and people are like, where's my new feature? We haven't had a new feature in so many months. That's going to create problems for us on the marketing side and stuff like this. This endeavor is going to create struggles for us in how we position the game, and how we market the game, and how we attract players to come in and play. But we've tried the other thing for so long, and it's collectively what I'm seeing from everybody, from Chris to Aaron to Rich Tyler to everybody down the line, is something I've never seen in 10 years. Here is this: everybody's hit a point where we've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better. Famously, we were watching. A big streamer jumped into game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator.
Thank you, everyone, for coming to our CIG executive meeting. Guys, I just want to open up the meeting by saying we got to try something different. What if this year we made the game work? Hear me out. What if we made the game work this year? Oh my God, I'm sorry. Oh my God. Yeah, Lyric did play. Yeah, it was rough at first. Apparently he had an okay time at the beginning. Apparently. Oh gosh. Not even the game, just doors. Imagine. Okay, all right. Let me rewind a little bit. Keep people encouraged to go in and play cost features. I'm so confused. Why not just fix? Well, I mean, yeah, I'm confused too. Because like, oh, well, you don't want a dev to get bored working on elevators. Fix the fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, who cares? Pay someone to fix this shit. You know what I mean? Like, who cares if Dev McGee's feelings are going to get hurt because they're working on elevators for the next 6 months? They work now, right? Like, they'll be a hero of the community. Like, this is like kind of like rhetoric that doesn't make sense to me. Exactly. It's your job, buddy. Grow up. We've all had to do hard stuff. You're working on a video game. Get the elevators done and then move on to the next thing, right? Like, am I crazy? Am I nuts? It's more of a dev retention thing, I reckon. No, I get that. But like, how, like, are we like bleeding devs because nobody at the company wants to fix the fucking elevators? You know what I mean? Like, there's how many people working on the game in terms of like software? They're like making changes to the back end, right? They're either a programmer or an engineer. Makes a ton of sense if you ever lead a team. When the effing leave it can be devastating. Not like we don't have any other options. I'm just saying, like, give someone a fucking bonus or something for fixing it. Make them feel valuable. Whatever you gotta do. But like, are we saying that we literally can't get anyone to fix this because they're too bored? You know, that's insane to me. That's insane to me. I get like the whole dev retention thing, but like, I mean, if these devs' jobs is to make this game, we can't get someone to fix the fucking elevators. Maybe he's just using that as an example, but you get what I'm saying. Put a bounty on the fix. True. I don't know. He's not saying they can't. He's saying it will become an issue. Right, I get that. But elevators have been consistently on and off broken for the last 12 years. Right? Fixing spaghetti is soul crushing to do. Right, well then pay someone to make the elevators from scratch. Right? Like, I don't know. Am I crazy? Like, it seems like for a game that wants to be a video game, like that, these things shouldn't be an issue. They talk about that in a few minutes. Okay. Got it. Rehire the guy that made it, maybe. I feel like if it's that easy, they would have done it. No, I get what you're saying. Waffle. But I'm saying, like, maybe CIG needs to, what they're saying is right, which is they've been doing this thing the other way for so long. You know what CIG has been doing for so long? Putting off the new thing because the old thing is too much work, or it's less work to maintain the old thing than it is to do the new thing, which I understand that. Like that I understand. That I understand completely. What I don't understand is that, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't know, man. Could you get a team of people working on it? Like, is there not a solution as like a team lead where we could like, okay, you're going to be on this like week 1 and 2, and then you're going to be on this week 3 and 4, and then you guys are going to work on this together. Or, I don't know. It's just something to like make it not as like ball busting. I'm not sure. Like, I don't lead these teams. I don't know. But like, I have to imagine like you got to get it across the finish line at some point, right? On my team, it was bug rotations. Yeah, fair enough. I'm a teacher, and the worst part of the job was admin work that always pulls away from what I actually do. But that's the job I'm paid for, so I have to get it done. Right. Okay, yeah, I'll keep going.
We've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better. You know, famously, we were watching a big streamer jumped into game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator over there, and it was just like we had already made this decision. Like this decision has been in place since December, but we were all just watching, going, "Man, this can't come fast enough." So this is scary.
So like, how are these dudes watching this guy after they just launched 4.0? For the first time ever to live, 401, first time ever to live. Why did they release it? That's what I'm thinking in my head. Why did they release it at all? Like, someone give me a answer from CIG other than we just wanted a ship sale. And if that's the answer, that's fine. But like, how are you going to talk about the year of playability and stability and release the patch at all? I feel like when you could have just kept it on preview. That's what I'm confused about. They explained it at the start of SCL. They did not do a good job then because I listened to the whole thing. They did not do a good job explaining it. They explained it at the beginning. If you guys make me go back and rewatch this just so I can tell you why they didn't do a good job in explaining it, I swear. Because he doesn't do a good job explaining it. They don't. They don't say why they needed to move 401 to live. They don't say it at all, actually. No, they didn't say that. You guys are wrong. They didn't say that. They said that for preview. There was no player retention difference between preview and 401. They said that the reason why they needed to release preview was for the bigger cap, not 401. 401 to get fixes out? Well, what's the point of getting fixes out when nothing works? To release code, that's what he's saying? Okay. Release code so you can find more fixes. Why not keep it on preview? Okay, you got to start somewhere. So why not keep it on preview? Live makes better data. Why? They didn't explain that. Why would live make better data than preview? Because on their words, they said that preview was giving them what they needed. That's not true. Not enough players. That's not true. They never said that. Because live persists, so does preview. Concurrency, they never said that concurrency on preview to live was a problem. They only said PTU to preview was a problem. Most people were playing preview. They said that. So the only reason, this is where I'm going to land the plane with this point, and I won't bring it up again. Okay? Why does live/preview matter? Exactly what I'm saying. This is the last time I'll say it. CIG comes in last year, the beginning of this, it was last year. They released preview and they go, guys, this year is going to be the year of playability and stability. And then the first fucking chance they get to fuck us over with a ship sale and a new patch and send it to live, they do it. That's why I'm pissed. That's why I'm annoyed. He's going to bring it up again? Okay. All right, I'll keep watching. The only development justification possible is because they didn't want to maintain both branches. It's lazy. Yeah, that's fair enough. I guess if they want to say that, that's fair enough. But guys, what kills me, this is not a streamer, okay? Don't listen to me as a streamer, as a community member, as a fan of Star Citizen. The work, the effort, the time, the investment that the developers, that the heads of CIG marketing, all of them took to get to 4.0, man, was a massive, huge effort. Years and years and years. This is the biggest release ever. And it just felt like it was brushed over because, I don't know what reason. They wanted to sell the fortune, I guess. Crazy. I don't know. Want to keep the cash rolling? I guess so. It makes me feel like I can't believe anything they're saying in this video because of the way that they've treated the last month. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm just tired of getting lied to by CIG. Not at all they explain it. You're saying they're going to explain it more. Bad take? Why is it a bad take? Watch the vid. I've been watching for an hour, 18 minutes, bro. I mean, is the Holy Grail at the end of this thing? The 4.0 backend fixes were necessary, or players don't see, but were necessary. Understood. So why not put them on preview first? Do they say that? Super. They're using metrics to decide what metrics were invalid of measures of playability. Because 2 environments is expensive. That's fine. So say that. Right? But it doesn't feel like that was the reason. I don't think they actually explain it the way that you want. Yeah, no, I get that. Why does preview matter? No one said it was on live anyways. So the whole point of preview was so that you could get 4.0 to a playable state before launching it, so that we're not at the spot we're at literally right now, Waffle, right? Like, that was the whole point of sending it to preview, so that they could extend the concurrency that wasn't on PTU, get it higher, give people something to dive into, and then get it to a spot where it's playable and then launch it. That's what I'm confused about. Can we all stop arguing with Berks? So people are still playing 324. They said at the beginning of this video that nobody was really playing 324 anymore. Like, they said it. So you saying people were still playing 324.3 isn't like probably a huge burden to CIG, especially because they weren't updating it, right? I love that you just say lol instead of like actually making like any like real comment back. Understood, bro. So just say whatever you want. Got it. They said it, not me. Bro, I'm repeating what they said. I'm repeating what they said, the information. I just watched it earlier at the beginning of the video. Were you not here? I guess you weren't. Go rewatch it.
But it has to be done. I want to ask you another question about this assignment and the priority stuff. I just touched on it. Say you have something unsexy but super critical.
Right.
And the fix is a long and tedious process. Rewriting the transit.
Is the game good now?
And
no.
it's going to tie someone up for the next 2 or 3 months while they work. Maybe it's longer. Is this something you put on a senior because it's super critical, and then you end up tying that person up for an entire quarter of the year? Or is it something that you stick a junior on because you need that senior doing 3 other things instead? Is this not the ultimate developer Sophie's choice? And is this not what we've struggled with for a decade, at least the time I've been here? How are we fixing this now?
Well, so previously the answer would have been junior with some support, right? That's what we would have done before. It would have been, no, we can't compromise the feature. You know, this word
maybe, Neil,
is going to be transformational for the PU.
Maybe they didn't know how bad 4.0 was going to be.
Or this rewrite, you know, we're going to give a support network around someone that's in the team that's not necessarily one of our superstars, you know. And I mean, I want a team where everybody can grow into a superstar, you know, but sometimes, you know, you have to be in the middle, right? And so the previous setup would have been something like this, right? Where we would give a support network, but the person in charge would have been, you know, not necessarily like the leads and the people that really push the needle, because those would be on transformational features for the PU. The answer this year will be no. We're using our transformational players.
I got to keep watching, guys. I can't keep pausing. I want to keep reading chat, but I got to keep watching.
It's not, you know, Transit has touched 1 million people at CIG, and we've tried to, you know, keep it running for a while, but now it's time to put, you know, a real effort behind it, right? Which is to basically take resources from the transformational elements and go and fix the foundation.
So we've now called ourselves out on our own BS, and we're now putting everybody where they need to be. How do you decide?
Did a bunch of people come
whether
over from
that
YouTube
old feature is fixable, or whether it's so far gone that it needs a refactor?
No, it seems pretty normal to me.
Well, so that's a good question, right? Because sometimes the worst cases like this is when a system or an issue is like almost fixed, right? Where like a developer comes in and is like, oh, I have a fix for this, right? But what we need to do now is also look at these features to answer that question, which is the way the feature or the system was constructed compatible with what the PU is going to be, or what the technology behind the PU will be, which is a combination of the streaming technology that we've built before that has been a very complicated and complex system, even on its own without server meshing, and then the systems under streaming and server meshing together. And so there are systems in the game that are not adapted to that approach.
True, Butchin.
Right? And so when we look at one of the key problems that we see in the game, we're going to look at the underlying system, and if we need to rewrite, it'll be because, yeah, like it needs to be rewritten to take advantage of streaming and server meshing properly, right? Versus trying to patch and kind of cobble it together, right, to make it work. So that's how we make the decision, is really we're going to have to look deep in all these things to decide which ones need. We've already done some of it, like we're calling out some stuff already.
I literally saw a meeting earlier today where you're literally presenting every single engineer in the company, and so okay, it's like, and it was a collective effort. It was okay, so it's where do we put this person? Where do we put this person? I've never seen in the time that I've been here such a granular kind of overarching. Okay, no, we need to reevaluate everything. All prior assumptions are done. Let's look at the entire field of players we have and decide who's supposed to go where best. And like, stop everything, fresh start. That leads me to my next question here. So we're a company of near or over 1,000 people. I can't keep track across the studios in the world, but there's still a limited number of these engineers and programmers in the company. Delegating them between these tasks is hard enough.
Yeah.
But you've also got this thing called Squadron 42.
That's right.
Over here. And in October, we flashed up a big 2026 on that.
Yep.
I was there when I saw the 2016 way back when.
Which is definitely coming out in 2026, right, guys?
All of us were like, what? Anyway. So we stayed away from pointing out a year for so long.
Soon TM.
Because we grossly underestimated in last time. But now we've done this. So you've got this
Goalpost.
I was going to say hangman's noose, but goalpost is much more positive sitting here.
Yeah.
That's got to get done too.
Yep.
So what is this split like? Is this just an even 50-50 split? This many of them are on Star Citizen, this many of them are on Squadron 42? Is it 60-40? Is it hard? Is it flexible? Are there Joker cards that bounce between the projects? Does Chris have a veto every 3 months where he gets to rearrange the people? How does this split work?
So that's an interesting question, because it is we are making 2 games. There's some good news, right? Because a lot of the gameplay systems that power the actor, and that power the core of the game are the same between the 2 games. And so improvements on one end result in improvements on the other one, plus or minus the online versions of these features, right? In the let's say we take one team, right?
Yeah, tons of people care about Squadron.
The gameplay teams, right?
To be honest,
that's where we have to be more fine-grained, right? There's this thing that we have to be careful about, which is context switching, right? Obviously, building a single-player cinematic game and building a multiplayer MMO-like game are similar, but the context switching between the 2 projects costs time, right? So you want to find a scheme where you have the resources on what you're trying to achieve at each milestone. Like Squadron 42 has its internal milestone and its cadence that it needs to respect this year, which is extremely aggressive.
Are elevators in Squadron 42? Hey, listen, guys, I have a theory about why Squadron 42 is not going to make it for 2026.
In order to get a game completely complete by the end of the year and ready for 26 release. And so there are resources that are more suited to the type of things that Squadron 42 kind of needs right now in its polish phase and its finalization phase for all the levels and all the chapters. And so obviously these people will be favored to work on Squadron 42. So there's a series of people that are on there. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not 50-50 because there are also things that are built on the PU that are beneficial on that side. And so the thing that if Jens was here with me, he would say the thing we need is flex, right? And so flex is when we need reinforcements, we can get them, right? And so we have a model now where there are a series of engineers that will work, dedicated to Squadron, but we can flex on both sides depending, right, on the milestones. And the 2 projects have now a cadence that's adjacent, and so we kind of know at every milestone what Star Citizen needs and what Squadron needs, and so we can flex accordingly. And these features are kind of a lot of those features are similar in both ends, and some of the bug fixes that we need on SC are also needed, right, on both sides, especially actor-related bugs. And so it's a tricky balance, right?
I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. And I was in that meeting where Chris and Jens were talking about the need for flex and stuff, and I agree. It's my first show in 2 months. Maybe it'll be my last one. There's a phrase that comes to my head when I'm listening to you. Says it's this jack of all trades and master of none thing. Now, that's not precisely analogous to this, but if people are bouncing, how does any one thing get done? That's the first question I have there. And I know there's no easy answer to this, but you agreed to come on the show and you agreed to take the uneasy question. So I'm taking advantage of our decade-long relationship and putting you on the spot here. Yes, it's absolutely important if this thing in Squadron has to be done because it will unblock 50 other people. So yeah, okay, we'll take those 2 people from Star Citizen for 2 weeks and get it done. And that's a worthwhile use of flex. Sure. And I understand why that exists and why that's important. But how do you keep that from becoming just this, and we just left with this 2 amorphous blobs that never get finished?
Sure. Yeah, the key is in the specialization, right? So we have teams like, I can give an example, like the mission system team, for example, are highly specialized in the online mission system, right? And so
and Elliot Maltby, don't leave him out.
And Elliot, right? The Kid Rock of missions. But this assignment, right? You take the resources that are good at one element that one project needs, and you can dedicate it. Then you're not losing anything from the other side, right? The flex obviously is there in your extra kind of chunk of resources, right? Every team has like core members and extra members that can flex, and so the idea with this has been to make a plan where we can actually focus on the things that matter, and we pick what we think matters, right? So our player experience team on the SC side helps us, like for the bug fixes that we're going to be looking at in priority. We know what those are, so we make sure those are covered. So it's about not just prioritization and assignment and just blatantly going SC, Squadron, It's really about looking at what do we want to achieve? And on SC, we want to achieve a better playability. And so we're going to commit resources to that. The flex will come only when we ship, right? That's the moment where flex actually happens, so end of milestones. And so the impact at this will kind of be minimal because we minimize the context switch on the key resources. Like leadership is a key part of this. The right leads in the right places make a big difference.
Okay.
Those ones need to not move. That's the
it makes sense. It's not a question with an easy. It's not a question with
weird
an easy
flex,
answer.
but okay. True.
Most marketing shills would probably ask their execs live on the internet, but
flex tape would be helping.
We're going for it.
Helpful. I mean,
I want to talk about one more topic before we get to a topic that I've listed in my notes as persistent buggyverse.
Right.
And that's Alpha 401. So last week was just last week, right? We released Alpha 401. I saw people online, people that, if I'm being as frank with those people as I am with you, probably should have. Some people expected the silver bullet patch. Like there was a letter in December, and they thought in January there would be a silver bullet where everything was fixed. And I personally find that expectation a bit silly. On the flip side of that, though, these are people who have been waiting.
Yeah.
They've been waiting a long time for us to figure this out. For us to have for us to come in from the cold and realize that so many years of doing it this way, it's time to switch to do it this way. So I understand the frustration and everything is justified, if I'm being completely honest. It was not a silver bullet patch.
Sure.
This 402, it might even go to PTU today or tomorrow. We're here, so I can't see the chats that they're trying to put on PTU. For the end of this month, will not be the next silver bullet either.
Right.
As I said at the beginning of the show, this will be a thing where month after month we patch without new features, but just new content built on existing features and bug fixes, and slowly we start changing the temperature of the water, of our persistent universe. What was my question?
It sounded good anyway, but
I'm sure I was going somewhere. Is this the approach? Is this when can we start?
I'm waiting to reply until they finish.
So I see what I read.
Because I don't want to sound stupid.
What I wrote for myself is dumb. I don't want to
Go
ask
off
that
script,
question. I want 401 did not solve all the problems.
No.
Is it a legitimate improvement over 4.0?
In many areas, it's a drastic change. Yes. Especially for the issues that affected a lot of players during the break. If you played during the break on 4.0 preview, like a lot of very dramatic problems have been solved in 4.01 or hotfix, right? Because the 4.01 also includes all the hotfix from 4.0. So it is fundamentally, a better patch, but it regressed in key areas that are very problematic.
Yes, I'm looking at a chat right now.
Very
drastic.
Yeah.
With
Yes.
with a
Yes.
lot of emojis.
From the observability standpoint, right? Not from the. I think that in terms of the forward-facing elements of the patch, that we have regressed in 4.01.
What game are you playing? I'm just looking at
level,
people's comments.
We've actually made a step forward, and so it's a 50-50 one.
It's a 2 step forward, 1 step back kind of thing.
I would say so. Yeah.
And the 1 step back just happens to be the part that the players see.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. I know there's
Love Benoit. Here's why he's wrong. Okay. Here's why he's wrong. Okay. And I don't mean to sound like I know more than him, because I don't. But from a player perspective, okay. And he might say more here in a second that changes my mind on this. But from a player perspective, the only thing that matters is progress and playability, right? And so it's like, I still have not heard a good reason why 4.0 or 401 should have come out. Like, I'm still hearing it should have waited. But I think that if CIG is looking from an external standpoint of like what people care about when they come to play Star Citizen, it is exactly that, playability. That's the only thing we care about. Whether it is better on the back end or not, it doesn't matter to us. What matters to us is, does it work? Can I play it, right? Like, that's what matters to us, I'd say. Waiting is also a problem. But I'm not saying wait. I'm just saying publish it on the preview, right? That's not the reality, though. I disagree. It's the reality for every other video game on the planet. We only hold CIG to this very specific metric, And the truth is like, while I appreciate what they're doing on the back end, the only metric that matters to gamers is playability. Base building doesn't matter. Org fights don't matter. Regular missions don't matter. Like, all this stuff doesn't matter. Reputation and dynamic and bounty hunting 2.0. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work, right? Like, that's straight up. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work. So that's what I'm confused about. But let's keep going.
We're about to jump into this.
The Buggyverse.
Just
Like-
I want to.
Yeah. Anyways, let's keep going.
I'm on the verge of something here, and I'm trying to figure out what it is in my head. What I want to say here.
I mean, there's discussion of a preview again when we know that preview was the new live. It just had a different name. It was, in all intents and purposes, the live server. So it's not any different in my opinion. It was just the name. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the idea is preview was supposed to be a new branch that we introduced to people so that we could get more concurrency while also testing stuff out before it's ready for live. It just didn't feel like that process was that good. And if they're going to treat it this way in the future, Waffle, they should probably just not do it in the future, right? They should probably just go PTU to live. Like, in my opinion, there seems to be no benefit from preview. Like, if they're going to handle it this way, because in my opinion, the benefit would be making it more playable for us once it goes live / making more money. I'd say. Like, making more money as in CIG makes more money because it's better for them. They can market it better, all that. So that's why I'm confused. The word preview just feels like a way to avoid live for 4.0. I felt like it felt like a good step for this big of a patch. But I don't know, man. I guess, like, if you're going to say that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, why even have preview in the first place? It feels like next time just send it to live, you know? Like, preview just feels like a waste if we're going to use it this way, I feel like. I don't know. If preview was also going to wipe, it would have been awesome. Well, I mean, there, I guess, could have been potential for it, you know, depending on how long they kept it on. Yo, damn, thanks for the 17 months, by the way. Also, Cloud Chaser with the 2 months. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. Justice with the 5 months. I missed you. And Max Lou, thank you for the 36. Appreciate you, bro. I think we aren't there yet. I don't think preview is the one that they mentioned in the chairman's letter, but I totally agree with you. Yeah, I know preview isn't the one they mentioned in the chairman's letter. I don't care that preview's not stable. That's the point. That's the point. I don't care about how buggy it is. I care how buggy live is, because that's what people are going to be playing. That's what new players are going to be playing most of the time, right? So I think preview was a safety net to avoid a 318 mess in case it went that way. I guess true. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I mean, I guess it's like even the statement, we're not there yet, 12 years in, is just like, it's reasonable, you know, to understand why people are frustrated. But anyways. Yeah, they could have actually closed down 324 and just left preview up, and that would have been fine with me. I know that sounds weird, but like, that would have been fine with me. I know that sounds weird, but again, it's like the display of launching 4.0 that I think was important for, I guess, like, CIG just feels differently about it. Anyways, I'll move on from it. It's just weird. It's strange, I think, the way that they handled the whole thing.
I guess what I really want to ask is, okay, it's not going to be in one patch. It was never going to be in one patch. Any expectations that it would be in one patch or two patches,
yeah, maybe, Neil,
frankly, a bit silly. But we're all, when I say we're all, I mean not just the people who play the game. I mean the people who make the game too. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're all exhausted of logging in and seeing people stuck at one in position and seeing elevators not showing up and people falling through trams and stuff like this. It's not going to be one patch, and it's not going to be two patches. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7. I guess the question I really want to ask you before we move into the Jira section here is this plan going to work?
I think so. But what it needs, right, is, and I think Chris's letter kind of sets the commitment. That's what we needed, right? Going from the previous way of making the game
Waffle,
to this new
here's
way,
the deal, though. Is like, none of what they are saying in this video matters if they can't execute it on. And I just feel like I'm in a time loop. You know, I feel like I'm like, you guys watch Doctor Strange, the first one? the Dormammu, I've come to bargain, right? Like that's where I feel like I'm at with CIG. You know, I feel like I'm stuck in the same process of we're going to make it better. And then we're adding new features and then nothing works. And then we're going to make it better. We're adding new features. Nothing works. I feel like I'm just, same shit every year. I feel like, you know, Groundhog's Day. I feel like I'm just stuck here, you know, and I, as well as a lot of people, I think just want to feel like they've moved past it. And maybe it's just not as easy as that, but it's just shocking, that I guess this is where we have to be at after all this time. You know, we're back to bargaining. And, you know, I'm not necessarily saying I want to quit or I hate the game or anything like that, because I do still love Star Citizen, guys. You know, there's nothing like it. I just, you know, I want to log in every day and enjoy the game. That's all. But I don't know. I feel like maybe that's too much to ask, I guess. Yo, Peter, thanks for the Prime, dude. I really appreciate it. Players who like making mods for games, players who mod AI machine learning, learn fixing Star Citizen. Yeah, maybe AI will save us. Maybe AI will save us if they don't end the world first. We'll see. Skynet doesn't take over. I've not played for a month. Not sure when I'll play again. Yeah, fair enough. It's amazing when it works. Yeah, we'll see. Kind of painful to be a Star Citizen fan these days. It's crazy because like I feel like we've never been closer to an amazing game, and at the same time it feels like we're exactly where we were 6 years ago, you know? Like that's the crazy part. Yeah, Patrician with the 3 months Prime. Thank you very much, dude. It's a huge roller coaster, true. Yeah, all right, let's keep going.
Like a company of our size takes time to shift gears and change direction. And so even though you're like, okay, guys, this is our focus now, reorder priorities, assignments, you know, it takes a while before it actually takes form, right? And you need the people in the teams to really grasp what we're after, right? In terms
I can't agree. Server meshing is a huge step forward. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying, and you missed what I said literally right then in that, what I just said, right, Villain? Because I literally said, we like all this time has passed is we haven't been closer to an amazing game. That means server meshing. That means contested zones. That means the content. But the same as 6 years ago, it's like, I feel like, you know, I get sucked into these loops that just don't work, you know? Yeah, it's a 3 hour long episode. Yeah, we've been speeding through it the best we can. Not to say that like server meshing's not amazing. I actually think server meshing's working better in some ways than I expected, to be honest. Yeah, I think that every single one of us, yeah, I know, not really speeding. We've been fucking doing the opposite, marathoning through. But I think everyone here just needs to take a mental note of like where the game is at right now. And then let's see where they're at a year from now. You know, let's see where they're at in December and see if this year actually made any difference. I guess we'll see. Feels like being stuck in traffic. Yeah, a little bit. Server meshing is amazing. It just needs the systems to work with it. Yeah, fair. Server meshing is a cause to a huge issue. No different than 318 PES. Right. There have been just very little patches that have worked well since 318, though. Like, it has been few and far between where things work consistently and well since 318. Yeah. It's been tough. 100 to 600 players is very good. I agree. Now a message from our sponsor. Yo, Headley, thank you very much, dude.
Party hat, happy partner anniversary.
Yeah, I think if I would have told myself back then in the day, D-Rack is like, we don't need a server hop for bounties because we can't track bounties. You know, if I would have told myself like, hey, you're going to get server meshing. There's going to be 20 bounties on the server. It's going to be amazing, but they don't work. Oh man, how depressing.
Hey, look, a sub anniversary.
Yo, Exaltex with the 2 months. Thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hi for the 3 hour long stream. True. I think if we're serious, we should see a major difference in 2 quarters. Yeah, I guess so.
Hype for 3-hour-long stream.
The only thing that's been slightly frustrating for me is that we've been telling them, that we've been telling them to take a year to fix the game for years, and they're only now acting on it like some divine revelation. That is true. A lot of people have suggested that very similarly in the past. They've suggested that we need to, take a year to fix the game, focus on that. And Benoit actually mentioned that earlier. What did he say? He said it was the cost to publish. What did he say? It was the cost to launch or something like that, which is, I'm assuming he means like the live environment, right? Not like PTU or anything. Because it's such like a costly process. Honestly, dude, if they were like, hey, here's 4.0, it's amazing, everything works well, it's good, I would be cool with them just making that the only patch for the year as long as it worked. Cost of shipping is what he said. Yeah, cost of shipping. Only thing that annoys me are the elevators. True. Elevators not working. Hangars not appearing is an annoying one as well. Oh my God. Dude, yeah, like I saw this the other day. Dude, it was driving me crazy. And this is what I mean. Bro, can I pull this up actually? Because or can someone drop the clip of Mike reacting to Chris in 2018 talking about stability? This is why I feel like I'm in a time loop, dude, because this isn't even the first time we've talked about this. I feel like we just can't not claim to like Star Citizen for how different it is from its ambition, and then not expect the problems to be equally big too. Still annoying. Right. But the question becomes, if not now, then when? And we've been asking that question for 12 years, right? Not to say that you're not wrong, but I'm going to be real. Yes, we've been telling them for years, but yes, the devs themselves have no control over that. CIG's problem at its core is the management. Now they've shaken up the management, the direction of the game. They're starting to fix it. I understand the frustration. A lot of us. Yeah, it's just like, I need to see, this video is not enough for me. Like, this video is not enough. Straight up. I need to see progress from CIG in terms of playability in the next 12 months.
All right, this is
Where's the clip of Chris talking about stability?
Where am I going to move myself? I'm going to move myself up here.
Okay. Sort of the epiphany that we've had internally, which is, okay, we need to focus on how the game plays now. We've got to improve the quality of life. We've got to improve the user experience.
So the funny part is, I saw this on Twitter. The funny part is Mike, back from 2018, is freaking out about Chris saying they need to focus on stability in 2018. And then Mike from 2025 is over here freaking out that they're talking about stability in 2018 and it's 2025. Right? So like, that's why I feel like I'm going insane, dude, is because like we've just been down this road before. And I like, it's a gut-wrenching feeling because I want to believe that CIG is going to actually make progress and good on these promises, but I have to see them act on it first. I have to. Let's just say spend the next 3 months doing nothing, improving stability. It's perfectly playable. Next patch comes out, all the streamers will say, there's nothing new this patch, calling now. Well, the streamers aren't the problem, The streamers aren't the problem. It's the community, Like, it's not just like me who has this opinion. It's not just, I don't know. Like, I just try to reiterate, I guess, what like you guys are saying. The community will too. Yeah, maybe. But I mean, a lot of people can't even enjoy the new content today because it doesn't work, So like, at least they could do the content. I think some people will say that, Neil, but at least people could do the content that doesn't work for them right now,
In the day-to-day, right? And I think that we have the commitment from the leadership to change this, and we have the means to do it. So in order to support this effort, right, it's not just we're talking about priorities and orders, and that's one part of the puzzle. But the other part of the puzzle is to make sure these teams are properly supported to do this, right? It's in paying the tech debt that's been plaguing the project for a long time, that we've been kind of dealing with, putting in the corner, right? Tackling some of it, but then, letting it build up. And I think that we need to attack that.
Yeah, me too, Kendra.
And to support our teams, it's about helping them improve the output through better process, better pre-submission checks, better validation, building the tools that will allow them to have confidence that when they put a fix, that it's fixed. Or that when we say a bug is fixed, that it is fixed, which is, let's just say that. It's been an issue, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes. No. Many have been the times where I've seen everybody from you to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitter.
Don't let streamers guide your view on a patch or current state of the game. Play it for yourself. I agree with you, but I will say that majority of the time, streamers are in the Star System community are typically over optimistic and over positive than under positive. Like typically they are telling someone new to the game or who hasn't played yet, the game is better than it actually is, or it's worth it, and less of the game is so bad you can't play it. Like, I would say when the game is like so bad that people can't play, I mean, you'll hear it from every side of the community for sure. But yeah, let me keep going. Or sorry, let me catch up on chat. Feel like I'm playing for the privilege to play alongside development for the game compared to a traditional way of where you're at in the dark for 8 years and just appears. Yeah, I mean, we are paying for this privilege to play the game early. For sure. Yo, Mesomaniac with the 27. Thanks, bro. I'm here for the people, true. I'd much rather watch Berks play and suffer than me log in and go mad myself. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Streamers have built up a high tolerance. I mean, you guys make it easier. Getting to talk to you guys and hang out makes it easier, for sure. For sure. Yo, chat, give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the restroom while we are in an ad break right now on Twitch. We got 2 minutes left. I'm just gonna put some music on, and you guys can enjoy this picture of Jared's face while I run to the restroom really quick. I was not expecting us to only be an hour and 37 minutes in, 2 hours and 40 minutes into this. This is like such a long-winded video. And to be honest with you guys, I do appreciate the information that's in here, but nothing has been like super crazy to me yet, to be honest. Like, there has been some interesting and good information, but we'll see. Someone said the 2 hour mark is where the real stream or the real content begins. I don't know. Apparently there's some good stuff coming up. Bro, the content, dog, I can't even turn off the Comray. Does said content like goes hollow because of bugs? Yeah, Comray's bugged because it's on a different server, I think. Which, yeah, I agree with you, dude. I agree with you. It definitely feels like stuff gets dropped in and then deprioritized. 2 hour mark, the first hour is just admin stuff? Okay. Well, yeah, give me 1 second, guys. I'm going to stretch the legs really quick, and then we'll keep on balling, okay? I appreciate you guys hanging out with me here. I just need to use the restroom quick. All right. Tony Z has nothing to do with the subject. I'm pretty sure Tony has not necessarily been involved at a super high level in a couple of years, guys. I think that the whole revelation today of Tony Z probably is not like, it's probably just new information to us. Did I wash my hands? I did. I did it. Sorry, I'm just like catching up on chat here. Juicy stuff came in after the 2 hour mark. Got it. Understood. Yeah, you want to smell my hands? I promise. It's watermelon soap. Or watermelon flavored? I don't know. I guess it's not a smell. All right, here we go. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, Neil, sorry, I'm catching up on what you're saying here. Yeah, I definitely do think that marketing and like the engineering team or whatever we're going to call them, the people who actually work on the game, the devs, probably don't see eye to eye on everything, but yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, it has been interesting to hear the process that the developers have, like in a little bit more deeper way. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's some more juicy stuff. We'll see. I chuckled when I clipped this 4.0 related. Berks is retiring Star Citizen on 4.0 release. I don't know. Like, listen, guys, I'm just being completely honest with you. If 4.0 comes out and it's the same. Oh gosh, I'm at 1.5 on this. I don't know. Like, listen, guys, I'm just being completely honest with you. If 4.0 comes out and it's the same bullshit we've been dealing with for years, I might be done with Star Citizen. Like, until they can prove to me that they're worth my time, I might be. Oh my god, I don't remember saying this, dude. Oh god, I do not remember saying this, man. All right, guys, see you later. End of stream. Yeah, call me Tony Z because I'm retired. Be done with Star Citizen once 4.0 comes out. If it's the same bullshit, like, I don't know. Dude, I was really upset this week. Actually, I do remember this now. This is when I was actually taking a break from Star Citizen when I said this. I was taking a break. What was I playing at the time? I can't remember. I was playing like Helldivers or something exclusively because I couldn't stand Star Citizen. You know when it was? It was during Jumptown in 323. Oh my God, it was so gut-wrenchingly bad. I was playing X4. That's right, X4. Yeah, a little bit of X4. I think I played a little bit of Gray Zone. A little bit. Oh man. Yeah, I was really actually depressed about the game. Now I'm in a better spot, actually. I'm in a better spot. But I still do think they needed to they got a lot of work to do. X4 is a good game. X4 is a super good game. Let's play colonization soon in ED. Is that actually going to be fun? The colonization stuff in ED? Because I would be open to trying it out. Does it actually look really fun and cool? I don't know.
Twitch and YouTube, and they find the Jira, and the Jira says it's fixed. Chris,
let's just say that
it's been
an issue, right?
No.
Yes.
No. Many have been the times where I've seen everybody from you to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, you know, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitch and YouTube, and they find the Jira, and the Jira says it's fixed.
Yeah.
And it's like, I thought this says it was fixed. And you know, that happens for a lot of reasons. We've talked a lot about how there are multiple causes for the same outcome. And yeah, that cause of that outcome was fixed, but now we've just exposed a second different cause for the same outcome. It's frustrating. We're doing a lot of the problem is Jira. That's something in the chat. We're doing a lot of talk here. And we still got some more talk to do. The proof will ultimately be
in the action.
In the action.
Right.
In the
True.
In the
True.
month after month, patch after patch. There won't be a patch every single month. Like I said, we're currently looking at about 9 or 10 on the schedule. We actually have a meeting tomorrow where we're going to kind of hammer that down and have a better idea. Certain things affect the patch cadence. Yeah. But more patches this year than any year prior.
Yeah, Diesel, I'm with you.
With less of the feature work, far less of the feature work, and more of the content and the bug fixes. The content that doesn't require new features. Like somebody in the chat was just saying, do less events. It's not the events that are problems. The events that are built on new features. Like events built on existing feature work and stuff can still be fine. That's part of what we're looking at. So like this.
That's not the only reason why we don't want them to do new events, though, right?
This year.
Ultimately, it's just a product. Right?
Or new
That's the thing
features.
that counts, is what's the output, right? Does the output get better? Are we still dealing with the same problems that we've seen before? Did we actually solve any of those issues, or are we still going to look at, interrupted missions, or any of these bugs that are plaguing us, right? And I think that that's the key, right? And that's how we should be measured. It's in, does this new method work? Is the product improving, right? And in its quality.
Yeah. Kid Casper, first time chatter, says, did a dev ever play Siege of Orison? Yeah, Siege of Orison is a great example of an event that took substantial feature work, and the feature work that was underneath it was the stuff that was not ready for prime time. It's not exclusively the idea of an event that's bad. It's how you build the event, whether you build the event on current, existing, proven technologies, or whether you try to do something crazy. And we're still going to try to. Let's be real. I've been here for too long to sit here in front of everybody and say we're going to stop trying things new. That's not who we are. We're going to dramatically reduce the risk. We're going to dramatically reduce how far out over the edge with new things that we
I was about to say, Siege of Orison's great
this year where we
when
still
it
try
was
something
working
new here and there. And hopefully it works better than in the past because of our new tech preview.
Yo, Gales, thank you, bro.
Situation because of
Appreciate you, brother.
Of the new methodology. There may be 1 or 2 moments this year where we try something new and it still bites us in the butt. That's just, I've been here too long to even remotely hint at saying otherwise. But on the whole, what I've seen from people at every level this year is something I've not seen in the 10 years I've been here, and that is this collective realization that we have to change and stuff. So I'm more hopeful for this year than I've been for other years. It's not going to be a year full of a bunch of exciting new features. It's going to be a dramatically different year with different content and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how it works. It's scary because we've never.
No, yeah, it's completely different for the project for sure.
All right.
Yeah, Dentist, I think you can
Persistent Buggyverse.
buy that. It's a Ion. Not that you'd want that one.
So it's not all going to be fixed in 1 or 2 or even 3 patches.
Chat, what's the name of the people who make these ship models? JDFR or something like that? JDFR models, I think. Something like that. Pretty close. Big takeaway from this is that they're disconnecting bug fixing, releasing content fixes, which they say means bug fixing patches will no longer be pushed for early ship sales and new stuff. Hopefully that's the case. JRDF. Okay, yeah. JRDF. Yeah.
But if I'm allowed, I think I can speak for everyone in the community when I say what the F about some of these long-term issues. So these long-term existing issues that have plagued the game since 3.24 or longer. So I got together with folks from the community team, Tyler and Lenny and Freya and all those folks. I got together with people from the player relation team, Bayer and his folks and everything. And I even got a few of these from Chris Roberts himself.
There you go.
I got a list of issues that I want to ask you about and get some status updates on.
Sure.
This is basically the part of the show where I hold your
Where we dive in.
butt to the fire.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
All right, this is where the
in
good
no
stuff
particular
happens.
order. No,
Hang on,
there isn't order.
hang on. Before we start, right? So I'll be the messenger here. So we did a little prep, right? We looked at a couple of these because I needed to prep. Unfortunately, I don't know everything.
You don't know the current status of every single major bug in the game, Benoit?
No, I do not. I wish
Get
I
out.
did. I mean, that'd be great. But I did do the scavenging hunt to make sure that we got at least an update on most of those. And so that's, we'll get out of it.
All right.
Go for it.
I want to start with server and shard instability.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to read my notes here. We've got frequent login issues, including being stuck at position 1 in the queue for extended periods, shard locks, the servers becoming unresponsive or dead with players extensively discussing strategies for finding working servers, often relying on joining friends' instances. So let's tackle these one by one.
Yep.
Login issues and being stuck at position 1.
So this one we're actually deeply investigating right now. It looks like, so we have and I'll go deep with technical details here to properly explain, not just the status report. So matchmaking, right? So when you click on that button, join the universe, you're talking to the matchmaking service or the matchmaking system. He will find one
Yo,
of
it's
the shard
Scorpy.
instances
How
that's
we
available,
doing?
Right? All these shards report their health to make sure that they're, doing good, that if one of their servers is not good or their FPS is not in a good condition, it always reports a score. And we will always try to match you to either something that has shard affinity to you, or
shard affinity.
well, it's either your player is already in that shard, right? That's the ultimate affinity, or you've been in that shard before. So we try to have a level of shard affinity.
Oh, dude.
And now the problem with stuck position 1 is that we've matchmade you on a shard. And
Is
now
that why
the
it's so hard to
matchmaking
hop
service is
now?
Basically telling the shard, this guy's coming. That's called a process called authorization. And for some reason, now the latest
I was
update
about
that
to say,
I've got
can we
running
get
is
rid of that?
The authorization call sometimes will take multiple minutes to close out. And so we don't know what the cause is on this one yet. It's kind of a new identified condition, but that's one that we need to hotfix absolutely on live in order to get that back in there.
So that's one that, when we figure it out, is fixable by hotfix. Some things require a patch, some things require a hotfix that can be done.
They talked about matchmaking a long time ago, no joke.
Now, I can speak a bit about the hotfix, how it works, right? Now, I don't like to use the word hotfix for everything, but that's the word we have for now, right? Because not all fixes are necessarily hotfixes. Some of them are just, they need to go out. But so what we cannot fix right now is a server change. So a change that goes on the game servers. That's one of the easiest things to roll out. So we can actually make a code change, and then we start deploying it, and then your game servers will slowly start updating, right? And that is the easiest one to roll out. But there's some requirements for this. There must be no data change, no asset change, and the network compatibility of the build needs to be maintained. And so that means that there are some things we cannot hotfix because it would cause a client incompatibility. And so there are some bugs that we're like, we have a fix, but we can't roll it out, right?
We have to wait for the next patch.
I would be down with the server list instead as well.
We are talking
to be
about,
honest.
in interest of this, to have
But
now like.
do you want to know what my theory is why they won't give us a server list? Is one, it'd probably be hard to make. The other thing is, I think that people would, well, maybe this wouldn't be a problem. I was going to say maybe they're worried about people choosing the low population servers, on purpose, but like maybe that wouldn't be an issue, I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I think a list like a standard MMO would make more sense, especially like if you could, see that you have friends on it or whatever. I don't know. Could also be showing how active the game is. Yeah, I was gonna say that, like, you could also figure out what the concurrency is, but I don't know why CIG would not want the concurrency to be a known thing, right? Like, whether it's 1,000 or whether it's 10,000, I don't think that necessarily is a metric that CIG should care about at the moment, to be honest. At least not to 1.0, right?
Maintenance windows where we can actually roll out data fixes, right? Where we now need to force players to upgrade their client, but that would allow us to actually, take the environment down, also do some maintenance. We rarely do live maintenance on the environment just to, change things. We kind of try to keep them the way they are, but this will allow us to actually perform live changes more aggressively. So we're trying to nail the process now for that. And so the second kind of thing we can change is a hybrid fix. Now those are very hard to do because a hybrid restart will disconnect all players on a shard, and so we can't upgrade a shard that's already running. And so we have much fewer game shards now than before, and so that means that disrupting them will have a drastic effect on the live environment. And so those fixes are a bit of a problem. So typically, it reflects in the number and the name of your shard when the hotfixes roll out.
Chat is just spamming. Do it! Just do it! One of the things that we don't do, that a lot of MMOs do, is have that regular Tuesday downtime or something like that.
They're going to talk about this?
Those are the times where those things are necessary for other games. Is this something we've considered?
Yes, that's what we're trying to prepare for now, is to have an official maintenance window that we're not thinking about systematically doing.
Are you kidding me? They're actually going to add a maintenance window?
And then we'll let players know before that happens. And then we'll be using those moments to do infrastructure changes or upgrades that normally we would have to wait for.
That would be...
Totally Knox.
I'm just looking at chat right now. There's nothing you've said in the last hour and a half that's getting the reaction. They're just like, yes, give us a maintenance window. Fix your shit. 4!
That's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so.
5? Load times went way up.
Yeah.
In 4.0.
Yes.
Way up.
Look at chat.
That's right. Yeah.
People just freaking out.
Especially for Pyro.
Pyro side.
And frequently players would actually
yes,
time
do
out
it. Yes, yay.
So interestingly,
yeah, chat was like exploding.
Now that's still being investigated, but the current hypothesis on this is that the way the Pyro system was built. First of all, the requirement when you connect, right? What the hell is the game doing, right, in that loading screen? And then you open the console and there's stuff flying around. What is it doing, right? It's going through this.
I think you need a way, Praetorian, for 60K or
which are like all the phases for the connection, right? Currently, when players load into Pyro and have a long load time, it seems to be related to the way the system was built, where there's an entity in the Pyro system that holds the spacescape for the system. Right now, we're peeking behind the curtains of how the levels are made, but there's a requirement for the CET.
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Right, that requires that all the entities that the client needs to load need to have an authority assigned. Right now, so this is directly a server mesh change, and so if an entity that you're loading doesn't have an authority yet, which could be any server in the mesh, right? If one of them doesn't have an authority yet, then the load time will have to wait for this entity to gain an authority. Now, how can this entity not have an authority? So our current hypothesis is that if the server that is hosting that Pyro Spacescape entity, which has a giant radius, so every client loading into Pyro needs that entity. If the server that hosts that entity is currently rebooting because it has a crash on it, then all players will have to wait for that server to do the full provisioning loop, boot up, acquire, load the data, acquire the entity, and then players will load in. For some players, that overrides that busts the time it needs for the timeout for the login. So that's our current lead, and we think we have a fix, but we're obviously that's another one that we would roll out. I think it's a code fix on the hybrids that we can actually roll out for that.
While you were giving that answer, Chris Roberts just messaged and says, Benoit, are we having login issues again? and Guillaume is like, I'm poking Ahmed because Benoit's on SCL talking about this right now. So, get off Benoit's back, Chris. Delete.
Oh, God. Yo, Chris is watching.
No, okay. So,
where's the COD emote? Cut!
I know. I see people who are stuck in this thing who are waiting. Like they shut their client down and they log back in. They shut their client down. Like,
oh, dude, that's so funny.
Is that helping their case or is that hurting their case in this?
So, I have a lot to say about that. Okay. So
I'm head out.
So on everybody kind of has a recipe for fixing login issues, right? A lot of them involve disconnection, shard hopping, loading into AC, rebooting twice. Printing a document, I don't know. Right?
Downloading a PDF of Chris Roberts' tax returns.
In our testing process. So we do some load testing before we launch a patch. And so we test with clients logging in and logging out, and everything's great. What we're not testing is launch client, persistent universe, Alt F4. Launch client, persistent universe, AC, right, Alt F4. Client, persistent universe. And so a lot of the issues that we've seen in the 4.0 release, when we put in the persist hanger flow, for example, that allows you to log into your hanger, the system for this needs to move your player, we call it unstow your player into the shard. It also needs to unstow your hanger. Now, when players are constantly logging in and out of shards, now you've got multiple shards doing this process for you, and they need to complete that process. We've identified a ton of concurrency issues with this in 4.0, elements that we didn't test for because you test the load, not the repeated concurrency. And so that's one thing we've identified that we absolutely need to add to our testing process. Because it's one of the other things, I've talked about this before, the difference between PTU and live is like a 20x increase. Yeah. That's also one big difference, is that on PTU, players don't shard hop that much.
One of the forever things that if there's a double-edged sword of PTU.
Interesting.
And there are many, yes. but this is like the one that's always amused me. People are more patient on PTU than they are on live because they recognize that they're helping us. They're helping the development of the game.
I feel like people do PTU. There is no shard hop. Yeah, I was about to say. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. They must not know how people server hop. I wonder. Do they not know that people do it by just like switching region? They 100% know? Well, then why would he say that? That's so funny. Oh, you know what? No, I get what he's saying now. Never mind. I get what he's saying.
Do your job. And that...
Yeah, I get what he's saying
that
now.
Patience is necessary.
He's not saying that they don't know. He's saying that they just wouldn't have discovered that issue because people can't. He should have said they can't server hop, is what he should have said. But what he meant to say is, they don't because they couldn't figure it out.
Wonderful. But it doesn't make for an effective test of live.
Or they couldn't figure it out because they
have to go
can't.
To these live environments sometimes, and we don't discover these things to live environments because live is where
well,
Hyde comes out.
You can get between different servers, Waffle, on PTU. A lot of times there's more than one server. But you gotta have friends. You gotta have friends. Also, because hopping on PTU doesn't, PTU is hard. It doesn't degrade large numbers. Yeah, exactly. English is a second language. It wasn't a criticism of what he was saying. It was more of a criticism of how we were taking it. Crunchy, yeah, I don't mind. He's saying people don't server hop. Right. Yeah, I get you, Diesel. I get you. Okay.
Right.
You know, so many people in PTU are Dr. Jekyll.
Friends?
They're all nice and knowledgeable. And
what are those? Don't have them.
Live environment is where.
True.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's all right.
Well, that's one of the key differences, right? And so,
okay, we're supposed to be getting into some juicy stuff here, guys.
Right, are still remnants of that we are tracing a lot of them. I spent, a lot of time on Spectrum during the break, during the workation. Actually digging into a lot of those to be able to make sure that when the team would come back, that we'd have some traction on some of those.
Last question on servers, because then we're going to get to the character stowing.
Hey, final boss of MMOs is making friends.
Shardlocks, and why do servers become unresponsive?
Well, so that second part.
Little
there were plenty of PTUs that had more than one server.
Shard lock.
For sure.
We never really called this shard lock. This is like a community term. You're never really locked into a shard, but
at least the ePTU, because it was 4.0.
And so, if you get match made into one of, let's say, USE1B 010, everybody's favorite shard, which it is true, that shard is cursed. I'll tell you right now, it's always 010. I don't know why, but that one is always the one.
True.
Take it out to the shed and shoot it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which patch. The USE 010 shard, for some reason, is the bane of our existence. Anyway, so you go play there. Your character will get unstowed. So Hybrid will unstow your character, moves it from the global database that allows you to go anywhere to that shard. Now you are, according to community, shard locked, right? Because you're playing in that shard right now. What's supposed to happen is that if you quit the client or you get disconnected or the client crashes, when you come back, you're going to match made on this shard again, right? Now, if that shard is no longer available during the time where you decided to come back or whatever.
Waffle, I'm not going to fully respond to this because it doesn't matter, but bro, nobody played more ePTU than me on 4.0. Not a single person on the planet played more than me, just so you know. Like, there's not a single person on the planet who played more 4.0 ePTU than me. That being said, you're right most of the time.
Then that's going to give you a nice little 60K error, right? Which will say, hey, your character is there. That shard is no longer available. Now, what that means is that behind the scenes, there's a process that's taking if the shard is crashed, there's a process that's currently processing that shard and will stow back your character. So it's time. Time will fix it, right, in this case.
I think you're right, like most of the time.
Some players got into a state where the character
99%.
That was a backend a bug that prevented that from happening, and so their character was kind of seemingly corrupted, and so we had to go in and fix a lot of those. That caused a permanent 60,030, I think is the one, where basically some players were stuck in that mode for a long time, and so we had to actually do manual actions to solve that. But otherwise, in most of the time will make your character go back to the stow position, and then once you're stowed back, you're able to go back in there. So that's what we call, or I think that's what the community calls shard locking.
Yeah, it was definitely the 630. It's building a reputation. It's coming for 30K's crown right now.
Slowly.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
All right.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
All right, let's go.
Talk about repair. You don't want to talk about repair?
Well, actually, that question was mostly about the 6030 and the stowing. You basically covered all that stuff.
That's kind of true.
So, elevators and trams.
Yeah.
Probably does.
Elevators in various locations.
I'd say so.
Preventing access to hangars and other areas, or simply trapping players inside. Trams that either let you fall through the floor or yeet you into lower orbit. My question to you: what the fuck?
Space trams would be cool.
That's 6.
Space elevator?
Brief history, right, of transit. This is a very old system that's been in the game for a long time. And transit in the context of streaming is already a non-trivial problem to solve, because and I need to dive into the why, so to explain a bit, the complexities behind it. But so the transit system is composed of multiple components, right? You've got peripherals, so that's, for example, the button you press to call an elevator or a tram. It's the indicators that say, hey, the tram's coming in, this amount of time. Those are peripherals. You have gateways, which are locations where a carriage can stop at. So, for example, if you're in Lowerville, and you go to the train, where the train stops, it's like a station. That's called a gateway. You have carriages, which are either elevators, trains, trams, all these things that move along a path. And then they go from gateway to gateway. And they respond to orders that are submitted from peripherals. All sounds nice and dandy. What's the problem, right? So in any game, any other game that doesn't have full-on level streaming, all of these things are always loaded. So the manager, the piece of code that actually is managing the fulfilling the orders and moving the carriages in general, or has the logic of the carriages, is always, all this network is streamed in. It's all loaded, so it's always available. It knows where the carriages are, it knows what's happening, everything is there. In our environment, because of our SOCS technology, that allows us to have more performance on the servers because we unload the rest of the zone. That means we unload those carriages. So think about your Lorville train that you see stop at you and then leave. On the server, if nobody's on the track, it doesn't have a carriage there. It's unloaded, right? And so the current iteration of the system actually destroys that carriage and will recreate carriages when it needs it, right? And there's been a ton of issues with this. So that's the first
Interesting.
part, right, is the streaming part. That makes it a bit more complicated. The second part is that the way the system was built initially, it would fulfill these orders to those, send orders basically. You call the elevator from your hangar, I need to send a lift there. So the system is gonna tell the lift to move. The lift moves on its own, right? So you will jump and then do the actual path. We want those to be physicalized, so they're actually following certain paths. Now, the issue is that combine streaming with these orders and state is lost in certain conditions. And so the system just needs a whole lot of changes on its communication layer to be reliable, and it needs a fundamental change in how it fulfills these orders. Instead of just sending a message to a carriage and hoping for the best, the transit manager needs to be actually always tending towards the state that it should be in so that it can self-heal for any kind of issues, right? Whether
Yeah, it sounds like they just need to remake the thing,
or
to be
streaming
honest.
out and losing a piece of it. The system needs to change to be able to properly do that. So that's what the new system that
good day, sir. What's up, dude?
Writing is going to do. It's going to solve these communication issues with streaming.
Yo, Jedi, what's
and
up?
It will make the system self-heal. But we also need to do fixes to the current system immediately, right, to get that working. So now we do have a crack team on this right now, where we've significantly increased the size of the group that is looking at the current elevators issues, which we have absolutely regressed on. And they're looking at adding the self-healing component I just talked about directly in the system. So I was happy to hear that we have now proper reproductions for at least a couple of cases where the gateways are basically becoming defunct. And so you call the elevator and it never shows up, right? That's the number one case that we see at the moment. Or the other one is a lift shows up, you press a button and it doesn't move, right? So that's when the transit manager's lost this carriage, or the gateway is no longer usable. And so now we have those reproductions, and they're not just happening at to players. Now we have an actual case where we're able to actually go down and we've seen what actually is going on. So we can put the self-healing things I just talked about to fix it.
So in the past, when we've talked about some of these issues and why they haven't been fixed or whatever,
Interesting.
It's because we've had this aversion to doing double work.
Yeah.
We don't want to work on a Band-Aid when we know the long-term solution is ripping the whole damn thing out and replacing it with something else.
Try to do minimal change on the existing and
What you just
So
described,
I said
though,
earlier, by the way.
is doing both, though. So at present, I just want to confirm this here. At present, some amount of persons are working on writing a brand new transit system built for the server meshing reality,
Correct.
and all this stuff.
Yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months to do. Not wanting to wait for that because
We need to fix.
you need to fix now.
Right.
There's also another group of people focused on a short-term self-healing fix to the current system
Yes.
that may not fix everything, but will dramatically improve it, is our hope.
Yes. Well, we want it to function the way it should function, which is all the time, like reliable, right? Now, it might mean, because we are still going to have the issue of the streaming out and some error handling, that it might take longer for a lift to arrive in certain cases, but it will arrive. And it will,
Because it'll have that error checking, it'll have that self-healing. So the idea is that it won't just not
That's
show
good
up.
enough.
Right? You won't just fall through it. You may wait twice as much as you were used to.
in those cases.
but
yes.
then it will show up.
Correct.
Well, that would be something, at least,
That would
at
be
least for the short term.
Yes.
That would be something.
Yeah.
Okay, and that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No, 'cause we need to
why we're
fix
doing
it
short-term
right now.
fixes and long-term.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes more sense to me.
Upgrade the server and stop unlocking it. Is that impossible? It's more difficult than it sounds. I think a lot of these performance issues can't be solved with just like quote unquote upgrading the servers, or if they can be, it's too cost ineffective to do it, especially with 50 people per server. you know? Which is kind of like what we're at right now. I know that we see a lot of, you know, or at like 55-ish per server, right? We see a lot of servers that are, you know, 600 or like 120 or whatever in your like current game server. But the problem is that, you know, that they're running all 10 in tandem. Have an announcement on station when that happens. Or hear me out, dude. What if they just like made the system fix itself whenever nobody's there? You know, like how often are stations elevators unattended? I would say probably pretty often, you know? Brute forcing with a better server makes it less efficient. True. When it streams out, exactly, yeah. Like, my thought has always been, and maybe I'm just stupid, but my thought has always been, well, probably a little bit of both, but my thought has always been, like, when an elevator has someone step out of it for the last time, like when it closes and nobody is on the elevator anymore, it should probably just despawn, right? Like, I wouldn't understand why it wouldn't. And then whenever they press the button, it creates a new elevator. It does? That's what streaming is? No, we're thinking of two different things. Yeah, sort of. It doesn't. Yeah, we're thinking of two different things. Streaming in and it actually being there are two different things. Yeah, it stops activity. Right. It stops getting activity. Instance elevators, sort of, right? Like what I'm saying is like, instead of having this system where like the carriage comes in, it has a gateway or whatever, like I think it'd be interesting is if, well, maybe I don't need to get into this because I don't know what I'm talking about. Let's just keep going. I'm just saying, like, I guess, like, why is it not a new process? Is it like more work that it's a new process every time you hit the button, like for a new player, instead of just having the elevators, like they feel physical, like at least to me, like, or if they're not physical, you guys are saying they stream in and out, like he said they do, then why, whenever I go to every single elevator panel in a room at a station, does it say this elevator's at pad 3 and this elevator's at this hangar and this elevator's at this hangar? You know what I mean? Like, that's why I'm confused. Maybe that's what they'll do when they rework it. Yeah, maybe. Just buy a better server is the same argument as just buy a better GPU for optimization. Yeah, fair enough. Despawning requires deleting all the data associated it. So where you could just give it a default location await. Yeah, I guess fair. Or hear me out, right? Like, that's what I'm saying is when a elevator is... Maybe I'm saying the same thing. Okay, listen to what I guess I'm trying to say is like, maybe when the elevator has nobody in it, it goes to the default location that you're talking about and just resets itself. So the process, I guess, can't get fucked. But like, maybe that's just harder than it sounds. I don't know. I'm not a developer. I'm not a coder. But if it persists, it takes resources. I guess that's why I'm trying to say, like, it'd be interesting if it just reset, you know, every time. Elevators are much worse than usual right now. Yeah, they've got their ups and downs, pun intended. But I wish they could just transfer all of us to a fresh server, flushed with the old one. I think that's what they're trying to say. I think that's what they're trying to say. You're hitting the head on the nail. The issue, CIG want the fully physical elevators, but they don't work. Now they have these wonkovators that rarely work. Honestly, they should just appear and reappear at the target using instancing. But that's because Chris and CIG are finally less resistant to instancing the elevators. Right, that's what I'm saying. Now, how are they going to do that with a transit system, like a New Babbage or something? I guess that's just going to be a completely different system. It's got to be. Why do elevators have a button per elevator? In real life, there's one elevator. Well, I guess that the reason is because like there's so many different people, right? Do you want to share an elevator with someone else? I guess your answer is I don't mind. But people just want to hit the button, get in their elevator. And here's a question. Okay, here's a question. is, well, this is like a fundamental design question, but like, could they have not made it where you didn't need an elevator to get to the hangar in the first place? I wonder. Like, you go through and I don't know, man. I feel like there's a way that they could have done this without an elevator. Port Ozar definitely shows that off, but how do you do that with hangars, I guess? I don't know. Tough one. I mean, I guess you could just have a Port Ozar with hangars. But a teleporter, yeah. Teleporter's a good one, but yeah, as someone said earlier in chat, they're not going to do a teleporter because CIG doesn't believe in that kind of stuff. Fake elevators, teleportation would work. I've said teleporting elevators would be a good idea for years. They don't have windows. Stairs isn't a solution. Stairs isn't a solution because, like, well, unless you design the base like Grim Hex. Grim Hex is a great example of how stairs can work, right? There's multiple airlocks, EVA entrance to get to the top and the bottom. You're never stuck no matter what. That's a good design station, if you ask me. They had markers and people would complain about teleporting markers. That's right. I remember. Do you remember when people complained that they were adding in cloning tech into the lore because people thought that was too unrealistic? I mean, don't get me wrong. I like where Star Citizen is at, like, lore-wise. But I mean, people are always going to find things to complain about, you know, like people were upset that you didn't have to have your own kid in Star Citizen to continue on your legacy. Like, that's something that people wanted for a long time. But it's just so unrealistic. I died. Guess I need a new Star Citizen. Exactly. Yeah. All right. Let's keep on watching. Let's keep going. We're never going to finish this.
Do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but
all right, here we go.
The streaming bubbles in Squadron 42 are a lot higher, so they will get stay streamed.
Single player, yeah. And then many people are like, just build stairs. Like, who knows? Maybe we can convince Ian and Nyx will be all stairs.
Yeah.
Okay, so no,
or ladders, maybe. I don't know.
Hangars.
Yeah.
Hangars. All right. Failing to spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what? Like, or hangars being assigned incorrectly.
Ships getting destroyed while they're stored is annoying.
First. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So,
Benoit, you son of a bitch!
We were looking at some.
Hold on, look right in the camera.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
Yes. So that was a backend change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing in some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, you know, moving sans, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you. It actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually, you know, available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location.
Oh, yeah.
This change that I had made for optimization did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated. And so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed in ASOP. And so, yeah, I'm going to take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls
they
in the
were
forest and
guys.
Is it really?
Guys, they were there. So if you knew that and you didn't claim your ship, you would have kept all your stuff. That's so funny, dude. I bet there are a bunch of people who are traders who are just shaking their fist at the sky right now. Oh my God.
Yeah, the ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed?
You lost so much loot? That's me? Yeah, damn.
Well, actually, claiming it would
owes me millions? True.
Technically, it's destroyed.
Right, but we resolved that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first.
Sorry, good day, sir.
So, I mean, people that play more in the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually
crazy, Brian.
Special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So they're instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
You can
you
hear
would
somebody
oh
else's
yeah,
hangar.
and that bug took a while to fix because it required technology change. But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just incredible. And so what that means is that when you're in the station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we just talked about the lift, right? When you call the lift, it will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there, right? Right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that need to happen in right suggestions. Then you enter your hangar. There's render culling that comes into play.
Doesn't that happen when you call your ship?
Everybody's on top of each other. That physics only affect you, right? So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator.
Both. How do you get a hangar without calling a ship? I don't know of a way, personally. Oh, maybe I'm crazy though. Home hangar is always there. Well, I mean, what if you're not at your home hangar? Maybe he's just talking about personal hangar, I guess. I mean, guys, 99.9% of the hangars you're going to interact with aren't your home hangar, right? Technically, you get a hangar when you call a station too. Right. But like, how many times have you woken up in Pyro and you have to call a ship first,
It has a...
Yeah, you must just be talking about personal hangars.
I've seen, an Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ships spawning on top of each other. And so there's two problems behind it. The first one is that the platform itself is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement. So it's not physics.
Yeah, all good, Sean. All good, bro.
The ship is physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so so we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes server FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up, that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships is in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is actually, we think at the moment, a bug where in the timing of how when you leave your hangar, we need to stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's a possibility in the timing where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean. And that condition is not properly detected.
That happens to me like every time.
And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the ship on the pad, you leave your hangar, you come back on another shard.
Yeah, Moriar, what's up, dude?
You just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station and the ship was carried with your hangar up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens. And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure that the timing is correct. And there's also a couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so we have an entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
Well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds you'll be able to leave. Right? And so so we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter, we're talking 10x the time, or give you literally 3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors, where the doors would go, and then would try to squeeze in it. The doors would squeeze them out, and then the rest is a little bit of a party. So we hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that are still in the chat saying, please just give us staircases, the hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to, the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still.
Yeah, I really don't think that stairs are like a good solution, but you know what might have been a good solution? Hear me out. Like, imagine a world where the elevator, well, I guess the problem still exists though. That's the issue. Like, the issue isn't the elevator. The issue is that it's the transportation method to get to the hangar. But I still think it would be nice to get an airlock or something connected to the main terminal of each station so you could get outside. That'd be really nice. Stairs are a good solution in ships, not in stations. Agreed. Yeah. Or ladders. Instance airlock's the same concept. Right. No, it's the same concept. You're right. So if you just made an airlock that you can get in and out of the station, I guess that'd be good enough for now. Give me a hand crank. True. Oh God. Hussey said, how many of you sat through this whole SCL better than you ever did in high school? Or sorry, just in regular school. I mean, the truth is, dude, at least I care about what's happening in this video. All right. I was a terrible student. The problem is the hangar has no real world position. They are instance on top of each other. So you can't physically walk there. Right. No, I get that. But they do need a real world position whenever they open up, right? Which is like same problem, right? But that's not what I'm talking about. Some people are wanting something that's impossible. I'm just wanting the ability to get in and out of a state. You know what? Hear me out, okay? Hear me out. I just think I thought of an interesting way to make at least some of the, is this a too temporary of a solution, or is this something that could actually see value in the future? What if there were pads outside that had an ASOP terminal at some of these stations? Do you know what I mean? Like, what? Oh, but man, then it would have to like break all the rules that CIG has implemented with ship spawning. How the ship be delivered the way that it used to be, but I guess, CIG doesn't want that. I don't know. Anyways, God, it's just like, this is why I say like Star Citizen's just death by 1,000 cuts, is because like, in order to make something work somewhere, it is impossible for CIG to want it to work differently anywhere else, which I understand because that's how every other video game works. Like, I understand, but it's what's most simple and what works the best is not what's compatible with CIG's, plan, I guess, unfortunately. Overlap them with other people, you could still do this. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Are you talking about the stair idea, D-Rec, or something else? We need a magic wand, true. Yeah. Hear me out. Drones rebuild your ship every time. Okay. You just need an airlock? Okay, yeah. An airlock would be fine, I think. You walk into an airlock, it closes, the person in behind you doesn't see where you went, you go into your hangar, bada bing, bada boom. Like, imagine if Grimhex, instead of walking through an elevator, you walk through an airlock, and when you open it up, you were in your Grimhex hangar. Something like that. It would require teleporting, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I bet there would be a way to do it without teleporting. Seems easier to fix elevators. No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking about the concept of like not needing to rely on elevators is all I mean. I'm not saying that they don't need to just fix elevators. I was just, talking out loud. I just personally don't love the design of stations at the moment, but yeah, it's not a big deal. Anyways. They just need 2 doors that connect to an instance. Exactly. It's like literally just need 2 doors that connect to an instance. Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, lazy. I'm with you. I'm with you. Make it hardcore. You just die once and you start over. True. True. Minecraft command block and switch to get to your hangar. Okay. True. Yo, 801, what's up, dude? Make it work, then make it pretty, sure. Yeah, I think it's too late to do some of the ideas that we're talking about. But I think that, like, as long as they make elevators work, I don't think anyone cares. You know, like, I don't think anyone here hates elevators. We just hate them because of what they've done to us. You know what I mean? Like, that's it. Like, nobody here despises elevators on their own. But now, when I see one in real life, I definitely look twice. I'll tell you what. I definitely look twice in real life now. I didn't used to.
Have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism. Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately. Hard work of...
I always take the stairs now, true. All right, let's keep watching.
What's the obstruction tuning and stuff? I saw... I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on player experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and they'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator. That stops
Delta, it's rough right now.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will you can't bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction. Initially was like, if there's like a speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right? Which was, let's just say, a bit
too aggressive.
Way too aggressive. And so I think at this point we're doing cleanup to just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes on the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember.
Is that in, or is he saying that's coming? I haven't played the hotfix.
Would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC systems are all part, in my mind, of what I call the traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving or entering in and refueling, they are of the utmost priority.
Barely
have to be solved, because if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in this state, it might pick one or the other, which can lead to you not having a hangar at all. So that's the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Okay.
Interesting.
Second batch of hangar issues.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Hangar lifts that clip players' ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one. Yep. So hangar lifts that just clip the little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
True, Red Rabbit. Sure. They're not happy with it either.
It's physicalized there, but
well, so on the...
Yeah, true.
I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance, because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics.
My God, I can't believe we have like an hour left.
To get the performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, well, the same system, is actually responsible for a pink glow that shows up on the ship and will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames, where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point it will go like, okay, like something needs to happen. The way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now. And so in some cases, it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But if we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever, And so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. And so right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part. But the distinct glow, pink glow, is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
Interesting.
We are at 2 hours.
Wow.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Pete, Dave, Lauren, are you okay? Honestly, I'm not even joking. If you need to go, just leave the camera switched on Benoit. Yeah. Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit and we're going to keep going. Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit. I can see it. I want to keep going. Yeah. Inventory and item persistence issues.
Honestly, respect.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Well, so on the inventory system, right, there's, or I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked, entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags or configurations we can attach to entities for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right, because it's important. So for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right, automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs. Mm-hmm. That's, at that point, it wasn't even a system issue. It was really, those items were flagged auto-destroy, basically. And so,
oh my God, yo, we have another ad going? Yo, has it been an hour already? Are you kidding me? It's already been an hour? Okay, I guess we're going to take a break. I really hope hopefully hearing Benoit, not only aware of the major bugs, but he knows in causing to fix it, he fix off the top of his head. Here's the deal, right? Is like listening to this whole thing has definitely been interesting. I will say, is this what happened to my F8? Probably my F8 gone. But I'll tell you what, man, listening to this has been interesting. Still, I'll tell you what, guys, 2 hours and 20 minutes in and 38 seconds. I still am not any more confident that CIG is going to have this shit working by the end of the year. Definitely very interesting information. Definitely cool to hear. I'm glad to hear that they've got plans and it's interesting. The confidence is not there for me though. I think I'm going to need to see some action. I was hoping by this point in I'd be like, okay, cool, like seems like maybe this year is going to pan out to be something better, but I think what we need more than anything is action. Can I get elevators to work in Checkmate? Exactly, right? We're getting an ad break per question at this rate. Oh God. Was there another ad break like that recently? I feel like, no, seriously. I guess it was at the 2 hour. It's been an hour, man. It's been 57 minutes, I guess. Crazy. Disco said the same thing. Oh, totally. I completely agree. I guess like, you're back from ads. Nice. We got 1:05 until the ad break is completely over. I'm just going to let it do its thing. Need that bathroom break. True. Same, but I do feel more confident the game is a better state at the end of the year. Yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. I will tell you, I'm rooting these guys on. I'm rooting them on. I like what Benoit's saying. I like Benoit. I really do. I like Rich. I like Jared. It's good info. I think it's good info though. It's not like it's not like they don't care and they just struggle to reproduce bugs that take time to develop. Oh yeah, completely true. I don't think that was the point of this. I think that there was here are the community concerns. Here's how we plan on addressing them kind of thing. No, totally. I'm just letting you know my thoughts. I'm not necessarily saying like CIG needs to convince me, because like this video, I don't think was going to convince anyone. You know, I think it was always going to be good info. It was going to be a deep dive into like the problems they're seeing, what our concerns are, all that. Totally fine. Nothing wrong with that at all. At the end of the day, and Jared even said it, like Waffle said, Jared said it, which is that action is needed for sure. No lie, after Invictus, that's my mark. If we can get things working, one of the 2 large gaming events, that's when I will start to worry. Yeah, honestly, I think that Invictus will probably be bad just because it always is, or it has been most of the time that it's been around. There's only been 1 year Invictus has been not terrible. So I guess we'll see. We'll see. All right, let's keep on going. Ad break is over, guys.
They're using those armors, and then when the conditions met for the auto bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them. Or
yeah, true, Diesel.
Not if they're attended. Again,
true.
It's all about, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things. There was one I was looking into with a player actually recently where when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, that cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's the telltale issue of the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It just
can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing.
Yeah.
Every patch.
Yeah.
What's going on?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and
probably not Neuromancer.
Well, let's take a easy example. Let's say a single gun, a P4. You have a P4. You put an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. If you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now, where it gets complicated is that these things can be hierarchies that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships are a good example, things like that.
Now, interesting.
When we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are LTP.
On the list.
Correct. And now they have to be added in. So
interesting.
Also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist.
Yeah, me either, Waffle.
A classic
to be honest,
a ship left in
that
the
stuff
shard
doesn't bother me.
Between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 324 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed, because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record of that ship. And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the inventory, the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that.
So if you bought a ship or you got man, you know what's interesting? I actually know for a fact that isn't the only reason why your ships disappear, unless they're talking about something that isn't related to the executive hangars. Because I got the executive hangar Sulin. This might just be interesting information for them to know. But I got the executive hangar Sulin and it never blew up. Not even once. Not even once. It did not blow up. So I wonder if that ship I don't know. Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Same with the Dragonfly. Interesting. Did you stow it last time we used it? It was stowed at Obituary. Yeah. Executive ships save differently, so they're not on the LTB. I'd imagine they would be. I'm back. Did I miss something? Yeah, a lot of small stuff where like they were talking about like why elevators weren't working, why hangars weren't working, what their solutions for those are possibly going to be. But I'm giving you the extremely brief version.
That solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is...
Oh, totally, villain. No, I know.
that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant
including me. I lost aUEC bot
different
chips.
System for this,
I lost
which
both.
is that we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible
Martin, I'm with you.
model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking a file from Perforce. So you're not destroying it. You're
correct.
Copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And
checkout system.
And so our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed.
We saw.
The longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database. And between patches, our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, we're getting records back from a thing that was been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all, right? So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
Interesting.
Those are bugs and inefficiencies.
Yo, Annalene, what's up? Thank you very much.
There's been this existing problem. I think it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet, sure, and you lose it forever. We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it, but that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk has stopped and the work is starting. So we've got a signed off design.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. The talk has stopped.
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to
P, no problem.
Mentality that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like this, right? Are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues, right? That need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a 3-tiered
I wanted to be a part of the conversation,
we'll have a show where
Pete.
we go through it all. I'm filming with Declan next week on it's like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll help even more, and then the super long term is crafting and basically you just you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own, and it's like that. So you never ever have to worry about it. So it's a multi-stage thing, but this first stage just got signed off and it's in active development. And
you excited?
It's just I joke. It's not a joke. I say it with all sincerity that the same conversations the backers have, we have internally just 3 weeks earlier.
100%.
Been,
I mean, sometimes
grinding our gears.
Sometimes it's scary
for everything.
Sometimes it's scary.
So that to see actual movement on this right now.
Wait, these guys are saying fuck CIG as well? Holy shit! Yo, hey, respect, Jared, Benoit, respect.
That was exciting.
Yep.
One last thing here, call out before we go. The aggressive ship despawning mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned.
I'm kidding,
people
guys.
are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever. In fact,
It's nice to hear it said out loud.
No, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's
that
not
means
piloting,
crafting isn't
and even
coming
if it's
this year.
not his ship,
Yeah,
we
probably.
should not be despawning those ships at all, and so that's definitely on the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple root causes. Unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right? Again, if you don't have the pink glow. Right, the pink glow is a telltale tells it's physics, right? It's the physics detection, which we're going to ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the timer problem that we fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious. I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where your ship is considered unattended and you're still in it and it despawns is completely like that needs to be solved right, like odd fix right away.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor with 4.0.
That doesn't happen to me that often, to be honest.
Reduced the mission options, hopefully temporarily, but we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw.
3 weeks before the community says it, guys, we're scamming the shit out of these people. They are going to hate this next ship sale. No, I'm just kidding. Depends on how long it takes to stabilize things. Sorry, I need to catch up, I guess. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the crafting thing. Yeah, I guess that's true. I think that we could see like some low-level crafting towards the end of the year. We sort of already have crafting with the Vulture. I know that's kind of a stupid thing to say. Question. I haven't been in it at all. Can the Fortune craft at all? Yes, it can. Interesting. Okay. Crafting is crafting. True. I guess like when people say crafting though, what they're meaning is like a crafting system, like a fleshed out system. Fortune has all the things the Vulture does. Nice. Okay. I'm not a salvager. I mean, it's very rare. Blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's very real though. That's crafting. And yeah, the Reclaimer does it too. Right. You know, it'd be a cool thing that, that we could craft that they can't craft yet is, we should be able to craft, SCU boxes. Wouldn't that be cool? Like 1 SCU boxes that you could, or even bigger, that you could fit stuff in. The other thing that I think would be a huge quality of life is, hear me out, dude, is imagine if when you go to a freight elevator and you send items up the freight elevator, there was a way you could like check a box or something and basically pay a small fee, 1,000 aUEC or whatever. And it was like, box it up. You hit check, and when it sends your components up or your weapons up, armor up, whatever, it's in a box already. That'd be sick. That'd be really good, man. They should do that for sure. I feel like it'd be such a like easier way to get gear on and off your ship as well. Picking up size 0, 1, 2 by hand. Yeah, I think that they could probably squeeze even the bigger components in those big boxes, but I don't know. Yo, Otter, what's up? How we doing? Gift wrap them too. True. If you buy if you buy a store all, you can buy it directly from a kiosk in the store all. So semi already possible. Did yesterday. Yeah, it's just annoying. You know, like we don't need this whole process of like moving stuff in and out of the box, at least if it's not streamlined. Like the whole UI for it and everything, I think is so goofy. Personally, like it just needs to be easier, I think. A little more streamlined if you ask me, but I don't know, just my take personally.
Before arriving at a location and having no AI spawn. Mission objectives.
Oh, here, let me rewind like 10 seconds so we know what we're talking about.
Odd fix right away.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor.
Oh yeah, Trev, I got you.
That reduced the mission options, hopefully temporarily, but we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw before. Arriving at a location,
Pisos,
having no
I'm
AI
with you.
spawn. Mission objectives failing to register, and cargo disappearing upon completion. The fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or various aspects of it due to bugs. Save stat in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't.
I didn't even complete it.
Has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about... Missions.
Sure.
Please. Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So let's start at the beginning, right?
Okay.
What did we do in 4.0 for missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that we had first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere. The location doesn't matter, right? That would manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module, and then when you reach certain locations, right, when you stream in that location, a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up. Does the pickup logic. When you unpick up, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one.
Yeah, Shim, I'm with you, dude.
Mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then
They
if
should
I add
redo it.
global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global entity setup, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. Hey, you have something to complete. There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements and rewards, right? And so it's the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission modules, written by the Kid Rock of Mission, can do all kinds of fun things, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning. And with server meshing, these became even more problematic. So, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now I want a party marker on you, right? Mm-hmm. My game server doesn't even have your star system loaded. Like it doesn't even know what's going on, right? And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built all of this in place, but that's a fundamental change to how markers work. And now
probably why bounty hunting is broken.
That many bugs behind it.
It's almost like we need a replication layer for the mission system itself.
Almost, right? Like for things that are tracking objectives across systems, things like that, right? And so the way we call those things, like the markers, are independently streamable entities, blah, 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 which basically allows us to have a marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers.
Steffi, thank you.
So a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
we're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm
James,
using him on my. There's James. There's
Lars,
Nick. All these guys. So the credit to all these guys, right? We have not provided this team with the right tools to build compelling missions. They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back.
Yo, pause really quick. Did anyone watch this with Mike this morning? How long did Mike watch this today? I'm assuming he did. How long did it take Mike to get through this shit? I did not expect I did not expect me to be watching this for 4 hours. And I got another like 40 minutes left. He did it live and he didn't pause at all? Okay, well, I guess I'm just a psychopath who likes talking to you guys. My bad.
To a previous
my bad.
That we are just about to finish modernizing.
So no wonder he got it done so fast.
To give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers, the markers are completely managed by game designers and set and removed and displaced and whatever.
Oh,
and
Mike watched it live. Oh, got it. I keep forgetting this was a live stream.
Marker system, because the markers are managed a bit ad hoc in mission scripts, it makes it really complicated to follow. Like I remember distinctly when we did the golden ticket event, which that was the whole mission, was like there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now am I tracking the core armor? And then how does that work? And so the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so now that we've kind of finished the foundation for making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly. Bringing back the missions that are missing.
Exactly, Donut.
Also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right?
Can I get a TLDR? Well, okay. So you know how the servers are not doing so hot right now? CIG's working on it. They're working on it. That's pretty much the TLDR. And they're working on it harder than they've ever worked on it before this year. That's essentially the TLDR. I could go a lot deeper into it, but that's essentially what they're saying.
We have started the engineering work with the new StarScript Foundation.
Yeah, let them cook.
To rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all
2
these
more
mission
years,
designers
exactly.
the right tools so that they're not bogged down with details. If you saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make sure that these guys focus on the flow and not on the functionality they have to build, so that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic, or events that have been notoriously
This all sounds great. Like the whole thing sounds good.
That's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content driven year, if we're not providing, 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, when we're not providing, places to go and things to do instead, connected to this narrative. Again, we'll talk more about the narrative on next week's ISC. Having that mission system seems like one of the larger, if I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that keeps on giving.
There's a lot of starting and stopping with quantum travel. A lot of repeating the same actions over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel, Benoit? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right. A rarer case, but possible.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some notes here and said, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on the IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross a server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container. So again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components on them that define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary. And so there's a lot of entities intertwined for quantum drive to function. Fuel, resource container, and quantum drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chum points would come in, and then re-break it, right? And so we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, yeah, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
We're in the home stretch.
More! Sorry, let me read this really quick. Remind me what CIG's official position on engineering, resource network, and Maelstrom is this year's stability, since engineering was supposed to be out 4.0 and will likely break everything again. I'm not so sure like engineering is going to break everything again. I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess I could see how. But something I want to say is that engineering may just be out this year. And I think it might just be out this year because they don't have time to do it. It's a huge, huge, huge feature.
Someone was doubting my love for the Firebird. Could help clear the air.
I don't know what you're talking about. Pogs, you hate the Firebird. You come into my chat every day saying it's the worst ship in the game. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, no, what I was saying though is I was saying that, I just you son of a bitch, you made me lose my train of thought. Berks was saying this weeks ago, unfortunately it's hard to disagree. Yeah. It's I was saying this last year too, at the beginning of the year. People were doubting that engineering wouldn't make it for the end of the year. But if you ask me, guys, here's why they thought engineering would make it last year. They moved everyone. CitizenCon 2023, right? They're like, hey guys, 2024, we're really going to put a focus on implementing features in the PU, blah, 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 right? So they start shifting people away from Squadron 42. Squadron 42, they realize is not as close as they think, and they still have a lot more work to go. So they start shifting people back over to Squadron 42. I think what's happening is the people who are working on the PU stuff, I think, are getting shifted over to Squadron to finish it. I couldn't tell you that for sure. They didn't say that. But it's what it sounds like based on the things that they've said in this talk. Now, I'm not saying that there's nobody working on the PU or they're not focusing on it as a priority, but it definitely feels like to me that the priority is still getting Squadron done. And man, God, not that I want Squadron to finish over Squad or Star Citizen, but like, yeah, even me, I think that they need to be focusing on Squadron because, man, maybe the sooner they get that thing out, the sooner we can all focus on Star Citizen. But I don't know. I don't know if there's a perfect process for transitioning between the two, to be honest. I need engineering. Engineering would be awesome. Don't get me wrong. I think engineering is a really cool thing. I just think it's a really hard thing to implement. It's something that has to touch every single ship in the game. Squadron 42 Part 2, that's what I'm scared of. My fear is that engineering and network resource bandwidth, server meshing will cause major instability. It's the main reason why they pushed it. I don't think so, actually. I think the reason why they pushed it, it's not done. Like literally the infrastructure for it on big ships is not done, I think. If you ask me, I could be wrong about that, but yeah, if you ask me, they just haven't finished it. If Squadron is in another thing, let me say before I start reading the next comment is Squadron 42 doesn't need engineering, which is why I don't think it's a priority right now. But again, I don't know. I'm okay with them holding off on engineering or rather get base building before. Yeah, true. Or I could see that point, I guess is what I mean. The focus is hard work on both. Well, Squadron is successful with bringing people over to the PU, but if you have a crappy PU, then Squadron would be useless. Yeah, it's definitely, it's like CIG is walking a tightrope, to be honest. I don't envy what CIG is doing at all. I really don't. I really, really don't. Doesn't it need it for ground missions? In what way? Engineering? I'm not sure that it does. Like, because you're not an engineer in Squadron. I imagine if there's any engineers in Squadron, they'd be AI. Yo, XLB, what's up, dude? Am I the only one that doesn't care about engineering? No, there are plenty of people who don't care about engineering, but there are also plenty who do care. A lot of people want to be engineers. Imagine swapping out components and it doesn't bug out or something. Shake my head. Engineering can wait. I mean, true. But maybe engineering will help with some of those processes. Squadron seems to have pseudo engineering in form of puzzles, but probably not a real engineering system. Yeah, it's probably nothing like the engineering system is supposed to be, I'd say. Like, you put box into machine and machine turn on. I don't think is the engine. Well, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't know what engineering really means in Star Citizen yet. Like, besides, like, network management. Like, I don't know what it's going to look like or how it's going to dictate fights. Real engineering is pointless from a single player experience. Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be. Yup. True. I don't even think Star Citizen knows what engineering is. Yeah, I'm growing more worried that it's going to not be fun, but I guess who knows? Hold off on engineering is fine. And base building, they need stabilization, law, economy, AI. Yeah, those would be good. Mechanic gameplay. Yeah, I guess like what I'm wanting is like, I'm wanting an engineer to have fun. You know, that's what I want. Like I want people to jump onto a multi-crew ship and be like, this is fun. You know, like I guess like that would be the ultimate goal. But nightmare fuel for bugs and engineering, how they take damage, affect ships. Yeah, true. I don't like to spend my time to engineering to engineering work at all? Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You don't have to engineer, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work. Community is pissed if the community funding dries up. What are the chances we see Microsoft Microsoft freelancer situation? 0%. Because why would Chris sell to Microsoft? One. But the other thing is, guys, is like, yeah, the community's pissed, but are they not spending money? Is the funding going down right now? No. In fact, their funding seems to be fine, as far as I can tell. And I think that the real testament will be Invictus. But yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't spend money on the game, and I'm not defending CIG, but I don't think that there's any need to like panic if like the funding's not really going down. And as far as I can tell, it's really not. Yeah, record January, by the way. Not that it was insane, but still record January. Soul engineering should be interesting unless they fire up a Rennet NPC at the same time. Yeah, I think having an NPC engineer, I think is something that a lot of people want. And, you know, to be fair, they've talked about NPC engineering as like a real part of the game. The only problem is they specifically said that AI crew will not come until after 4.0. Or sorry, not 4.0. What am I talking about? 1.0. They said AI crew not till after 1.0. Do they have another F8C or F7A option to drop? They could always sell the F7A Mark II again. A lot of people want it. And didn't get a chance to buy it. I want the ships with LTI. I can use it later. So if I don't buy it now, I don't get the LTI token. Well, yeah, there's like some tricky ways you can like use to upgrade with LTI tokens and stuff. Yeah, I was going to say the F7X, but God, please don't put that in the game. Please, for the love of God. I love how people complain and still buy ships. Yeah, it blows my mind, dude. It blows my mind. That being said, I mean, nobody makes a good ship like CIG. So, I mean, I guess I understand. I mean, I love and support the project as well, just in a different way, I guess. But I have spent plenty of money. LTI worries are silly for small fighters. Yeah, LTI on big fighters, I think, or sorry, like big ships is going to be the real kicker, I think. All right, let's keep on going.
We're in the home stretch.
Keep on going.
How you guys doing?
Home stretch, guys. Home stretch. Home stretch.
Just, you know, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow if you guys need to take off. So a little behind the scenes here. I write a doc. And
yeah,
all the things
Robert, don't worry. That's not going to happen.
I make myself little notes.
Microsoft is not buying Star Citizen.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one just says prisons. I'm tired. What's going on? It's all I wrote for this. Prisons. I'm tired. What's going on?
So prisons is, and I've learned about this in inquiring a bit about the mission, the prison bug, right? Is actually a mission, and it's a very old mission.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not, for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed just before that, where if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Clutcher,
you got what you deserved.
Well, I don't know.
True.
But, you could
don't do the crime, you can't do the time.
Because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is tied to this. And so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactor. And so it basically depended on when you get to that location to give you a new mission instance for your prison experience, which the new system requires that these modules are persistent and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time, either use smuggled in adenite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and then the elevator would look forward to the front, to the prisoner who's paid us, blah, blah, blah. And then you would press the elevator. Again, elevators are back. Press the elevator to leave. And then it would never detect that the action area that you're leaving is actually triggering, which triggered the, leave prison logic, right? And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law component that's on your character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
Nice.
You just said we guarantee.
Nice. Most people who play Star Citizen don't use Spectrum or Reddit. I agree. They work and they come home and play for 2 or 3 hours. People who don't work hard have time to complain about the game. People who don't work hard have time to complain about the game. I would agree with that. I would say that people who do work hard, also to your credit, like you said, don't have time to play a broken video game. You know what I mean? So like that is also a major issue, is like the people who you want to capture in that area also are probably not going to be happy about long-term instability, especially when they can't sit down and watch a 3-hour-long talk about, you know, why things aren't working and what they're doing to improve it, right? I mean, I would assume that, you know, there are people out there who probably listen to this while they were at work or whatever. You know, like a lot of people multitask, but yeah, it's like if your time is that valuable where you can only play an hour or 2 a day, I mean, man, picking Star Citizen as your main game would suck, I feel like. You know, would really suck. Managed to get the ball turret on my F7A or F7C yesterday, so now I just need to do contested zones to get military components. Nice. Yeah, some components that you might want to look out for too is competition and stealth are really good as well. Military components can be good, but they're the most detectable, and they're really not better than the stealth and the competition. If I were you, go check out a website called Urkel.games, or you can just Google it, like Urkel.games, Star Citizen, whatever. But we'll lead you some good information. Star Citizen is hard to quit. Yeah, it is hard to quit. Why do you think that is? Just because there's nothing else out there that's like comparable to Star Citizen in the same way? For me, that's why. There's nothing else like Star Citizen. Yeah, same here. I agree. Try to play sometimes. I'll spend literally 2 hours trying to do one mission. After 2 hours pass, I realize I have done nothing in game. Yep. Same aspect as DayZ. You only get that experience in a specific game. Yep. Agreed. Because I'm a masochist. Yep, same here. Is there a way to get a Mark II ball turret on the F7C in game? You talking about the Mark II ball turret for the F7A? The answer is no. But I believe you can get the ball turret on the top now. Yeah. You should be able to get a F7C ball turret as well as the nose on the front. I don't know the exact process, but it's stuff you can buy in game. I think they have written a good lore background, pretty ships, graphics. Yeah, but the other thing is like there's not another game out there that I can play in the realm of space and Star Citizen, or like, you know what I mean, spaceships and stuff, where I can just like log on and be my character and like jump out of the ship and EVA and then like shoot someone with a railgun and then EVA inside this asteroid base and then FPS someone down and then steal their ship and fly away and then get their good. Like there's nothing else like that except maybe GTA a little bit, Sea of Thieves a little bit. I mean, I guess like DayZ a little bit, but not quite. Oh, gotcha, Martine. Yeah, I didn't mean to overcorrect you on the component things. I just, I'm just trying to inform people. Elite Dane tried. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested in checking out Elite again, seeing how I feel about it. When it works, there's zero game that compares. I agree. Star Citizen will always have that second life aspect to it. It's due to immersion. I think, you know what game I think will compare for me in terms of greatness? Red Dead Redemption 3. When that comes out in the next 10 years. Oh my God, bro. Yeah, I'm not excited about GTA 6. Fuck GTA 6. You know what? I probably won't even play it till it comes to PC. But I'll tell you what, guys. Am I excited for the next Red Dead Redemption? Hell yes, I am. Hell yes. I think for most players, it's a high financial investment. It's tough to walk away from too. Yeah, fair enough. You like paid for this shit. You're like, I want it to work. If Red Dead 3 doesn't have fully fleshed out horse interiors, I probably will, to be honest. That game from 2016 is still immersive than 99.9. Actually, it's probably the most immersive game out there besides Star Citizen when it's working, if you ask me. Star Citizen 2 win? Good question. Good question. All right, let's finish this bad boy up, guys.
Be reliable.
We only have
2 hours and 30 minutes in this.
No.
You just used the phrase, it's guaranteed
All right,
to be reliable?
let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable because your player's always streamed in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix, as long as the elevator works.
That's a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator
As long as it
We
works.
could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like,
sure.
as long as the elevator works.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact,
Yeah,
there are.
but
You
it's
can
not.
prison
It's not going to be on PC until a year in, right? Or do we not
like
know
4 more
that?
topics, we're done.
Uh-huh.
Mining.
True XLV.
Sometimes minables.
No
are
elevators
taking
in
up to an hour
Red Dead.
to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah, mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0. That's one of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 3.24 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional? Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
I hate the rock DS.
we've identified what we think is causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from
Hell yeah, Metal
render
Hound.
node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized, and so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow. And so we're diving into trying to figure out what's going on, but that's what's happening. So that's why it takes time for them to show up properly.
There's nothing wrong with the rock DS, people, just with the people who like it. All right, I'm officially tired. The views and opinions of Jared Huckabee do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Hey, we didn't talk about the mission.
Hey, to be fair,
reduce
guys,
strict rep gates.
3 hours is a long time to stream.
The what?
The mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates. Is what's not.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got an
Okay.
answer for it.
All
I
right,
went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Well, so there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then everybody would get 10K, everybody participating.
It was amazing.
Well, so
I loved it when that
the funny bit is I talked to Rich Tyra about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly
Wow.
what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together.
Yes,
And so
dude.
having those
I'm so
rewards
glad to hear that, actually.
divided is kind of a counterpoint, right? To get people to play together. Like, why would I group with you if I'm going to get half the payout, right? And so
Yes,
the thing
dude.
is, like,
Oh,
the
I'm
system
glad to hear
doesn't
this,
work the way we
actually.
want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix and we had the right persons in place to do it. But that's not where we want this to be. We do want to improve that part.
Like, hearing details like this has made watching this 3 hour video worth
There are
it.
2.5 hours.
Yeah,
And talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right?
There's no way.
I challenge you, whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit or the show, you've never seen
Yo.
you've never seen
We need to go to ISC right fucking now. Not ISC. What am I talking about? The Issue Council. And we need to figure out what motherfucker reported this bug as an issue to CIG to get it fixed in time. And we need to hunt this person down. I'm being serious.
an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair
Shut
for
up,
2.5 hours
Moriarty.
plus and be grilled about all this. So
It was me? Oh, shit.
just 2 more or 3 more.
Three more.
3 more subjects. 3 more subjects.
We got mining done.
3 more subjects. Yeah,
What's the next one?
Vulkan
Yeah.
and NVIDIA driver issues.
Yeah.
So players who are using Vulkan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found one guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using?
Oh, is that Reshade?
True.
It wasn't
Villain.
Reshade. It's
Gotta fix the
something, I can't
PvP bounties
remember.
first.
Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulkan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards. So we're not quite sure exactly, but it is definitely, when you update your NVIDIA drivers, there
Interesting.
are 2 drivers, one for Direct3D and one for Vulkan. It doesn't look like it, but there are 2. And so we think that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulkan specifically. And so You could downgrade your drivers, and it probably solve the issue in the meantime. But we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not.
Or just switch off Vulkan, right?
We've been investigating other games are also having the same issue, and so we're
there was one.
Isn't there a way to
where I saw somebody that had glowing heads?
Chad, isn't there a way to edit your config file so that you can go back to DX11? Because it's Good Day Sir is saying that they're having an issue. They can't get in at all. Can't downgrade drivers if only one driver is set for the 50 series. True. Yeah, could you not just go back to DX11 somehow? That was the only way to fix it? Got it. Understood. Vulkan was bugged for me, even the last driver. Glowing heads. Got it. Yeah. Weird. Okay. I fixed it, but it's happened twice now. Understood. Got it. I was just worried. Stayed on DX this whole time. I've switched back to DX just because there's been so many issues with Vulkan.
The character head.
Like until they can confirm that it's not going to be an issue, like part of me just doesn't want to risk it, I guess.
They're also having the same issue, and so we're
there was one or two.
Especially when I'm not getting that much better frames.
Somebody had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing. And stuff, and they were on Vulkan.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the aUEC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right, the last two are about how we make these things better. Issue Council. So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council.
Interesting,
I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been marked as fixed. Why is this happening, and how do we address this going forward? These are the folks who are trying to help us.
The first thing I would say is that the Issue Council at CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel
I'm with you, Moriar.
Issues being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but Issue Council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports. Right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort put into reporting is not necessarily of smooth, like the quality range is large is what I'm trying to say. Some reports are like doing no work, others are like extremely filled with evidence and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe.
I'm gonna say something stupid. Could you not, like, even if it's like a hidden, this is gonna sound so stupid. Could we have like some sort of like hidden MMR system for IC reports, so they like when someone's really good at filling out reports, like their report gets like noted by CIG or like flagged by CIG? Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, this person has like a reliability score of like over 100. Isn't that Evo? I guess so, but like Evo blows, I feel like, in terms of like everyone being consistent with their report filling out. You know what I mean? Not all of Evo waffle, but you know what I mean? Like there's so many sightseers in Evo, is what I mean. I'd be surprised if they didn't have internal metrics for users. Oh, maybe they do. Yeah. Yeah, to risk. True. Okay, yeah, we'll keep on going. But interesting.
System. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes.
Sorry,
for
Smarty.
now, I think that their voice are kind of modeled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirmed this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow, because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the Issue Council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution you can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the Issue Council works to make that a lot more at the forefront you can make. It takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution.
What is he saying?
Because it helps us.
Whatting a dupe? I'm trying to hear what he's saying.
It's a major win. Right?
Identifying, reproducing?
So
no,
reproducing,
reproducing, I heard.
A new report
Hold
is,
on.
depending on the issue, right, it takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably...
Identifying a dupe. So he's saying he wants people to identify there's a duplication so that they don't make multiple different IC reports for the same issue. Okay, understood. I thought he was talking about something else. So just for your information, I'm going to educate people here who don't know. I know there are a lot of you guys who do know, but if you don't know, when you're filling out a IC report, the number one thing that CIG needs, the number one, is how do I, CIG, reproduce the issue you, the player, had? So they need to know, did I get into my ship and then it happened? Or like, how do you make it happen every time, basically? Like, that's what they want to know. They want to know how do I make that thing happen every time? Like, do you have to like drop your gun and then get in your seat? Do you have to like open your Moby glass and then, you know, switch to your inventory? Like, what causes whatever issue? You know, like that's the information that they want to see. So I can't just post a clip of it happening. It helps, but it only helps the first time of identifying what the issue is. After that, it doesn't help ever again. You know, because like CIG can visually see the issue, right? To be fair, the ICs are worked by hand. No, I don't think that what I'm saying is necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it needs to be a to be fair XLB. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just saying like that the most helpful thing that someone can do is figure out how that issue is reproducing itself and then give you those steps. XLB would know. QR is amazing for the devs and most people have turned off. I mean, I've actually heard that it only helps for some issues is what I've heard. Reproducing steps is critical. Yeah. That's why they need to make reproduction steps with 250 words and then use AI to sort out and weed the dupes. We do that for our Jira here at Lockhead. Interesting. I prefer reproduction steps, and videos are really helpful. There you go. Always give them a vid. Yeah, I mean, you've got probably the best QA guy at CIG in my Twitch chat right now. He's saying, I'll read it again. He says, I prefer reproduction steps and videos really help. So... XLB, yeah, the man, the myth, the legend. All right, yeah, let me keep going here.
The best contribution you can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the issue council works to make that a lot more at the forefront for sure.
Why don't they consider doing a solo play option like Elite Dangerous? It would solve many issues. I, for one, do not want PvP. They actually are working on a solo play option. It's Squadron 42. It's just not in their vision to make Star Citizen single player. As far as I know, Star Citizen will probably never be single player. The other thing is like, how do you, well, I don't know, because like X4, you know, in like Elite Dangerous have solo options and you have these like big universes. So I don't know how that would work for solo. But I mean, yeah, I'm not trying to be an asshole, Robert. It's just like everything I've ever seen out of CIG just says solo players is not in, it's not in the cards for them. You know? X4 late game even melts high-end CPU GPUs. Gotcha. Understood. I didn't realize that. I didn't get to late game. I just think many people would go for it. You're probably right about that, Robert. There probably would be a good amount of people who would like solo Star Citizen. I think that you are right about that, or co-op Star Citizen. But the thing is like Star Citizen in CIG's eyes becomes Star Citizen when you could get like 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, 40 people together, right? Co-op. And so then it just starts becoming multiplayer. And then it's like, okay, well, you know, at that point, is it just easier to make the MMO, right? And I'm not saying that's the exact process that they've walked themselves through, but like I think that it's just very much in the fundamental vision of CIG to keep it multiplayer. Like I don't even think private servers are going to be a thing in the future. They were supposed to be. They've said that there will be a story with 1.0 that will be mostly solo, or that's what I got from CitizenCon last year. You will play it solo, like you will be the main character in those stories, but so will everyone else who's playing those stories after you and before you, right? Or in tandem with you. Like essentially, you're playing World of Warcraft with a solo mission that you are doing by yourself. Does that make sense? Like I think that's what the game plan is. I could have misunderstood that, but that's what my walk away with that was, or my takeaway. Chris Roberts wants big battles that takes teams and orgs. Yeah, he definitely does. But I don't think that he wants to fuck over solo players, by the way. I think solo play needs to be fun, interesting, dynamic, and a big part of Star Citizen. I think it will be, actually. I think solo play will be a big part. Solo is not the same thing as single player. Well, you can play Star Citizen solo today. Single player is what people are talking about. Sorry, what Robert was talking about. Yeah, to be fair, Robert, I don't think that solo play is the number one issue for people. So I don't think there's going to be a max exodus if they can't fix that. But I do agree that if they can't get, like, if they call this year the year of stability and the year of playability, and at the end of the year it's still bad, that is not going to be a good sign. I'm with you. Wanting a solo option is against the core value, essence, and vision of the game. Yeah, it is. I would say currently definitely is in that spot. They did talk about a PvP slider at one point, but the PvP slider is going to come back in the game in a different way. Not necessarily you can turn PvP off, but if you want less PvP or more PvP, there's going to be systems and places you can go and stuff, you know? Oh God, I can't believe we're getting another ad break. All right, yo, chat, here's what's going to happen is I am going to run to the restroom, stretch the legs really quick. We're going to get through this ad break. I wish I could have paused it, but I was out of pauses. And then let me get some music on for you guys. We will finish up this video, and that'll probably be it for me, honestly. We'll finish it whenever I get back. Cool. Always the bathroom breaks? Bro, it's been another hour. Justice? Well, actually, it's been 2 hours since my bathroom break, by the way. All right? You just, time flies when you're having fun with me. I'm pregnant. It's true. And you're the father. I hate to tell you. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's wrap this thing up. Jeez. Well, it feels like a CitizenCon stream, dude. How long this thing has been going. Did I wash my hands? Yes or no? You know what, guys? I'm going to admit something to you. I stood up. I went to use the restroom. My wife said, hey, since your stream is going, do you want to order pizza? I said yes. And that was my whole break. But I can wait.
The prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into
and then I
this a
pee
lot
directly
more.
on my hands,
And so the
exactly.
please fix hammer
Shut
button,
up, Virgil.
right, to upvote an issue. We're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, or even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also
I like it super.
some amount of
It's nice,
things being
dude.
marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
It's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think this is the same thing as that, but it's not. Right. It's just in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting.
Question: when did they mention the PvP slider? They didn't. We were just talking about it. Robert and I were having a discussion. That's all. Live streamer riot. I guess we're writing. All right, let's keep going. This is XLB's favorite part of this talk. We're talking about the issue council.
Marked duped and they're not duped, and that's I don't know how you battle that.
No, well, that's a balancing act, right? That's
My
why
hands are
for
up,
now, I
XLB.
feel like the dupe markers are kind of more experienced, testers that are helping us, and but deduping, right, will happen typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to try to repro it internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a dupe, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the issue council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive
Sure.
tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this
Uh-oh.
one, right? The worst things that we've seen so far on IC would be things like brigading a specific issue, right? And that's why also we've been kind of careful with rewards to the issue council. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there. Like we are doing some of them, but we're always trying to stay asynchronous so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I'm seeing, what I've seen, sure. and what I'm reading in chat right now, would you commit to maybe taking a look at that and maybe seeing
sure.
if maybe it is being manipulated?
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
Okay.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Yes, Apple Tango. It's the best part about living in the UK.
Never had that. Actually.
Obviously we're not covering every bug, every topic.
Yeah, a lot of people in chat are just saying.
we got a couple more hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. I've never seen this look on David's face before.
Oh.
Like David was
Have you
a
guys
kind
seen
and
that?
jovial spirit.
And now
Have you guys seen that? Like people abusing the duplicate, like reporting? I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't know anything about that, to be honest.
Like I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves.
Hell yeah, Crunchy.
Famously,
Yeah.
30K could mean 40 different things, 50 different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630 is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630. It's like this. Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code, and you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with it. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes, I'm going to go and merge pop-ups into that, right? Because, I mean, the error pop-ups date back to
Gotcha,
the
Anna.
very original start
Interesting.
of the project. Like, nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? So we start with that. But
no, you start with the elevators, then you fix them.
So the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of like 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure, and there's a lot more causes for exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related.
Yo, give me
to
1 second, man. Attack.
during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or and we're trying to surface more of that so that there's more of these cases, so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, they're not always very clear, and we're trying to.
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of there's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown. What is the unknown condition? Try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side, so that players like, oh, I got a 19K error. What does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like, what's to fix the 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right? Well, what can I do as a player to fix that, right? So we're trying to get a lot more clarity.
Dude, whenever I got that, I just kept on relaunching.
That have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had it to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like, here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen. It's like, I get a black screen, right? Well, what actually happened?
It was a 30K.
Someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI. Including the pop-ups. That was it, And so in this case,
nice.
If you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great.
Last time I was using the IC, much there was loads of false flag dupes with a lot of them identifying messages on the dupe reports. No doubt where some people were using a script to do it. So what was the benefit of reporting dupes, guys? Like, what did you get? What was so valuable that people wanted to bot it? I'm so confused. Props for him admitting it. Yeah, that's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty funny. I mean, yeah, when you got black screened, I was like, yeah, surely this is just like a 30K. Yeah, what was the point? I don't get it. Free ships from what I heard. Clout and a shot at Evo access? Okay. Try to get them to focus on the bugs they care about. Oh, interesting. They gave free ships for the most reported dupes. Oh, got it. We still look through the IC reports and see if it's a dupe or not. It's not automatically closed because someone says it's a dupe. Understood. Swing the vote. So what? Basically, that wouldn't happen then. What people are saying, like it visually looks like it's happening, or people can attempt to do it, but it's probably not happening on CIG side, or it's not effective, I guess I should say. Hopefully not, at least. Interesting. I didn't know that they gave a free ship for most dupes reported, to be honest. That's interesting, though. All right, yeah.
Serenity now.
All right. So we're here.
Yep.
We're at the end.
This was raw game dev.
Got it, XLB.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway through, but going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year. This means less time available, fewer resources spent, and no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into a specific thing. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen has been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's this cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now, and we're focusing on fixes and quality of life and all. No more. It's just from a marketing standpoint. These trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year is going to be about. So this thing's I'm excited and I'm scared at the same moment. If I'm being
Manatech, there's your answer,
We've never
right?
seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like. It's going to be different, and like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly, why is now the time for the change?
Well, I think first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, like, and then it's not just a voice on the side, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? What's scary is that, how did Jens frame this for us? He said that stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features, right? And that's the part that's scary. That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve, we're going to need features as well, right? And
when we get to that point, then everybody's going to turn around and it's like, there's nothing to do now. It's
the
who said that earlier?
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game.
I mean, here's the deal, right? So Manatech earlier, let me scroll up and read what you said, because I thought this was interesting after watching all this. One major question they said for this year is for stability and debugging as much as possible to make the game in the best state ever. However, they're adding new features after. He just said in a meeting that whenever they create new features, it breaks the game more. How is it the year for stability? Well, I think the idea is they're just doing it less, right? Focus on making the game not a feature testing environment. Yeah, that's the hope, right? Now, here's the question is, once they're done with this year, are they going to continue and be able to uphold that stability? That's the question, Manatech, that I think you're wondering and I'm wondering as well. I don't think anyone, knows the answer to that. The question is will they catch up enough by the end of this year where they can keep things under wrap, moving forward? I guess we'll have to see, right? Have they said anything about this stuff taken out of 4.0? They haven't, actually. They did talk about crafting briefly earlier, but it wasn't in the way that you thought. It was just like they were talking about things to come. They didn't talk about base building. Yeah, I don't think either of those are going to be here this year, if you ask me. Crafting and base building will probably not make it this year. At the earliest, I think it would be the end of this year, but probably in a really base form. The vibe I'm getting is there's not going to be a whole lot this year. But maybe. We'll have to see what CitizenCon holds, what the end of this year holds. In terms of content, the last patch of this year will probably be the biggest. The game needs to be more stable, better foundation to add more features. Agreed, yeah. And hopefully the foundation can, stay good. People at CIG are going to give them free ships because at one point oh, right. Understood. Okay. You're talking about the duplication thing. Gotcha. Understood. Yeah, I'm late to the party on that comment. There will be good gameplay finally. Yeah, the question I think will be when, and how long it will be stable, I guess. How long is it going to take them to get to this spot? We'll see. Yeah, it'll be an interesting couple months, I think, and even interesting year. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, and then I'll give my final thoughts because we only got like a few minutes left. And
that's what we want. We want a great game, and we can build on, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's
Yo,
one
Noodle,
thing
thank you.
we've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete, took my hand off my face. Audio guys, just like stop talking into you. I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in December, all of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on.
Simon, I completely agree.
And from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Yeah.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine, and we're going to work our ass off to get this game stable and solid and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655 in chat says pure BS.
All right.
Trying, guys.
Based.
Benoit, thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead. He chose to be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah, we're just about 3 hours. Thank you so much. I got to thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them. When I said, come help me make the show. The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today, and they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing. Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We talked about the director's list and stuff.
Elevators is definitely number one.
Initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again. And
hopefully I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's say. I want to say one more thing.
Oh God, here we go. Get the tissues.
Give me a minute here. This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for IAE show episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did, that I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this. And it was one of the things I was most proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know that my dad is a Star Citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, "Hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this," or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a Star Citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh. And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks.
Oh, man.
And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away.
Oh, man.
And
that sucks.
When I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Correction Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life, and he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs, and as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several. And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you, names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, from me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6-7 years of his life some of his happiest. So,
oh, dude, I'm definitely going to start sweating from my eyes here soon.
Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been. Even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune in next week. There's a BTS episode and an IC episode about something. I can't
need to call your dad. Yeah, true, dude.
And we'll see you next week, everybody.
Yeah, call your parents, guys. Before, spend as much time with them as you can before, it's like life gets to everyone, man. Life gets to everyone. But man, super sad to hear that happened. But man, that's why I do this shit. That's why I like hanging out with you guys every day. It's because this community, man, that we built. And I can't say that I would say that this community would be better built on a different game. I'm extremely thankful for Star Citizen specifically, and you guys specifically, honestly. Because I couldn't do what I do every day without you guys. And, stories like that, man, I think are just a real freaking tearjerker. Wish I could call my dad. Yeah, I'm with you, dude. I'm with you. Well, I mean, my dad's still alive, but he's not a great guy, to be honest. Lost my dad last year. Not a great relationship. Call your dad. Oh, well, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Definitely, man. Lost my dad in 98. Miss him horribly. Didn't see what I had become. Yeah. It stinks, man. It stinks. Definitely, it's that's why I like to say, I like to live every day with no regrets. Talk to the people you love, and make the most out of every day. You never know when it's going to be your last. You know what I mean? Yeah, call your family. I definitely didn't think we were going to end this stream on a sad note, but man, that is a heavy one for sure. But yo, I fucking appreciate you guys. I think that is probably where I'm going to call the stream. Yeah, we can chat for a second, but I'm probably going to get some dinner and hang with the wife. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. Dad's currently trying to get a lung transplant. I've been busy with him on that. It's rough. Non-smoker, by the way. Crazy. Autoimmune disease. Crazy, man. Well, good luck to him. Lost my mom to cancer, 18 days. Call your family. Crazy, Jump Point. Yeah, well, sorry to hear, man. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Tell Angie we said hi. I definitely will. My father is cool, but very, very absent. Hard to get time with him. Gotcha, Metal Hound. Yeah, I gotcha. Yo, appreciate you, man. Thanks for hanging out. Yo, listen, no matter what, guys, you'll always have a place here. I always appreciate talking to you guys. It's always a fun time. Thank you guys very much for being a part of, what I think is one of the best communities, not just on Twitch, on YouTube, on the internet. So thank you guys very much for keeping me company, hanging out. We're in this together, man. We're in this together. This is our community. This is our game at the end of the day. CIG's building it, but, we're in this together. So thank you guys very much for hanging out. Love you guys. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I'm going to send you guys over to Zero State over on Twitch. I saw he was streaming. I don't even know what he's playing. He might not even be playing Star Citizen, but I'm just sending you guys over to Zero State. Word. Thanks again, guys, for hanging. A lot of fun. I'll see you in the next one. GG's. Good night. Enjoy the rest of your night. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah? Good hanging out with you guys. Well, watch this early today and it still hit me hard. Yeah, it's a tough one. This is a tough one. Man. Oh, is it Zero State's birthday? Yeah, let me drop the link really quick. Oh, Zero State's birthday. Yo, listen, chat. Is it a coincidence that my partnerversary is on the same day? Huh? I don't think so. Oh, it was yesterday? Gotcha. All right, yo, freaking appreciate you guys. I'll see you in the next one. GG's, good night. And thanks for being a part, guys. I really mean it. Yo, Kudu. Dentist, yo, later. AA Jedi. Yo, Spitball, have a good one. Gnarly Plan, Justice. Yo, Rocket Man, have a good one. Dilly. All you guys, Fish, Tombs. Yo, Robert, Anna. Yo, Pesos, later. Till next time, guys. Peace out. Enjoy the rest of your night. Thanks for hanging. Appreciate you. Yo, Justice, have a good one. Peace, dude. Peace, peace, peace. Later, guys.